For you this morning, and well done for everyone turning up with those wins. Goodness gracious me, I've never seen wind like it since Wellington. So about 40 odd Ks, gusting up to about 100 Ks overnight. Poor guys in the tent for the Porsche team lost their marquee yesterday, but the SpeedWorks people have been trying to batten down the hatches so we get ready to go racing for day 2 of the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship here at Teretonga, second round of the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. But of course it's also part of the South Island Mazda Pro 7 Series. Roger's back, but also we've got Tom all the way from Waimate, who's our farmer in the fast lane. He's been working with the guys with the sevens. Now, a bit of damage yesterday in the sevens.
Yeah.
What's the uptake?
Yeah, we lost 2 cars to the incident yesterday afternoon. James managed to fix his car, number 24, with JP Fab.
James Askew?
Yeah, James Askew. Yeah, he put a good sort of 4 hours in last night and managed to fix his front left wheel where Flynn had hit him. We actually had to steal a few parts off Flynn's car, which was near ridden off to get James's car going. Yeah, number 13.
Flynn Mitchell.
Yeah.
Your car?
Yeah.
Hamburger?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's out. I think we've got some chassis damage. So.
Oh, that's a real shame, isn't it?
Unfortunate stuff.
And what about 14, Chris Mackey?
Chris Mackey, he's on the trailer. He's packed up for the weekend as well.
So that was the incident coming out of the sweeper yesterday when one of them just got a little bit loose, and then it was like carnage with 2 other cars just actually smashing into each other, wasn't it?
Yeah, just like a bad scrambled eggs, really.
Did you have your scrambled eggs this morning?
No, we actually got a bit rushed up because we had the TRS ahead of us today, but we just got word that the RX-7s are coming in first, so we just had to scramble, get that going. The bacon eggs have taken a bit of a back seat, if you will.
And we'll look forward to your Cheerio. So at the moment we're just waiting on the word about the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. They were supposed to have their qualifying this morning, but at the moment they just put that on hold to check out the windy conditions. So we've got the mighty South Island Mazda Pro 7 Series. Gentlemen, start your engines. The red lights are going to go on, then they're going to go out, then we're going to go racing. So this is going to be over 10 laps.
Shit.
Get all warmed up first.
Warmed up. Oh, Ben, we'll be looking for another good start today. With the reverse grid, he might be able to get a couple of lengths on Sam Wallace and pull away, hopefully.
Well, at least it's dry, and I know it's very unpleasant for some of the spectators around the track today, but if you're all rugged up in your cars and stuff, excellent, because that wind is, yeah, it can be very, 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 very trying conditions. But it won't worry the drivers too much, except just about how it affects the handling of the car.
Yeah, they've all got their dry tyres on this morning, so...
The Toyo tyres?
Yep, yep.
They'll get the big gust as they come out of past... They get the big gust as they come past the tents and control tower here. They'll see them move across
because
the track.
Also you've got a little bit of shelter, and all of a sudden, once you get past the start-finish line, bang, the wind will kick in again.
Blow those 1-ton cars around the track, you reckon? Well, hopefully we don't see any more tents blow over today. I was actually right beside the Porsche tenders that went over. If you could imagine a Caterpillar trying to roll over from the start, just rolled over, and then it just sort of, then all of a sudden there was maybe 100 people there packing up tents. Probably the biggest thanks should go to the people folding up the panels of it.
Yeah, now thanks to all the volunteers, all the workers, all the people from Toyota, SpeedWorks guys, I think they've been non-stop just about trying to batten down. They did that on Friday night to actually be prepared for the wind, but it's that particular tent, the Porsche tent, the poor guys were out doing the SpeedWorks rush hour.
Yeah.
And they came back in and the tent's up in Dunedin.
Just tragic stuff. The pegs that they had too were a good bloody 1.5 foot long as well. You wouldn't expect them to go, but I guess the just sand didn't have any bite.
So the big giant Caterpillar, just rolled over.
Just rolled over. It was just wanted to scratch, I guess.
And I suppose you were standing there saying, is that actually happening?
We stood there for a second like, whoa, shit. Oh, mind my language.
I know you would say that. So there's the windy conditions that we've got today, around about 30 kilometres an hour, gusting 40 from the west. So let's go racing. Let's get warmed up, put down some tearaways on the tarmac. 50 Simon Askin
Racing
in P1. And look at number 8, Paul Wallace.
Big whoa, he's away. After his 4th yesterday, he's coming in pretty confident. He wants number 1, big dub, doesn't he?
So that's Paul Wallace out of Christchurch, and his son Sam Wallace is the NZ1, who's the current champion. Contact!
Oh!
Braden Phillips.
Well held, well held.
He's swept it off the sweeper, getting back onto the loop. Kept it under control, so first race, first corner, we have contact. But luckily, the car's still going, which is great to see for Braden Phillips. Especially his granddad will be relieved.
Going off the track is not ideal if you want to win the race, is it?
No, it's pretty hard to do it from that part of the field now.
No.
But at least he's still racing, so back out in front, it's Paul Wallace as they charge up through the S's. Going back around the hairpin down towards the brickyard to come back by the GWD elbow. And we'll get an idea of, look at the speed of number 1, Sam Wallace.
He's already got 3 cars.
18-year-old. He's just cating it, isn't it?
Just controlled aggression, isn't it, out there?
So he's the man on the move in this particular series.
Do you think the old man's just going to let him by? He's going to put his elbows out and hold him back?
So it's Paul, Big Wall, Little Wall, Ben. What's your nickname for Ben Tiplady?
Oh, he's self-proclaimed. He's called himself Horse on the sheet. But
Not Gentle Ben?
no. Hey,
Big Ben, Little Ben?
Precious. We call him Precious around the pits.
Precious.
He's an emotional guy. Passion. You can't punish passion out there.
Tell you what, he's right up the rear of Sam Wallace, coming out of the sweeper.
And Sam Wallace is out in front, isn't he?
He's going for it. Oh,
Sam
Sam's saying he's taking Paul.
Exactly. The 2 white ones. Sam Wallace is out in front. It didn't take too long.
He's been driving good cars lately, Ben. Just really getting his foot down and getting out front.
That's to be expected, though, isn't it? Now that Little Wall's got past Big Wall, and then Ben's made the move on Paul Wallace.
Probably just left the door open a bit too long, didn't he?
Number 50, Simon Askin, who's the Presidente. He's doing a good job. He's moving up. He's taking Big Wall.
He'll be looking to hold on to that 4th for the rest of the race, I'd say.
Number 24, James Askew, with the car that they had to do a bit of work on to get it back out running again. Seems to be doing okay, running in the top 5 at the moment.
Yeah, but he's not one to roll over, James. He'll like we said yesterday, he was out in the rain in the wet grass, just fixing the car. Luckily, it wasn't too bad, I guess. It just we had the parts and put it together. That's the best thing about the Pro 7 class. Everyone's a bit of a community out the back there, and a lot of people come with a van load of parts. So if someone breaks down, first everyone's there saying, "I've got that part, I'll fix that for you." And sometimes it's just hard to say no to everybody.
Look at the damage.
You'd almost think someone crashed into him, wouldn't you?
Dented a ding. Well, he was the one that had the big spin coming out of that sweeper.
I was saying that to him. If he didn't spin out in 2nd place, he probably wouldn't have got crashed into.
What did he say?
He didn't like it too much.
I wonder why.
He's still racing. Just happy to be out there, isn't he?
You don't think any driver's happy to cause the crash,
No.
especially when 2 other competitors end up putting the car on the trailer.
You take it pretty tough when you've spun out like that, but that's racing, isn't it?
Certainly is. So we've had 2 laps out of 10. Cloudy conditions here at Teretonga today. We'll see what the track speed's going to be like. But it's going to be a battle with that westerly wind.
Where's Paul still? Oh, Paul Wallace is pulling in 4th now.
So Sam Wallace still out front doing 1:12.8. Best lap so far, the last lap, so they've got some heat into those Toyo tyres. Ben Tiplady 1:13.6 the lead, 3.2 seconds. 50 Simon Askin holding on to 3rd at the moment.
Braden's actually catching up the back there pretty well. Dennis has obviously done a bit of hard work on the car this morning, getting it race ready. Hopefully it'll be nice to see Braden pick a couple of guys off the back there.
So that's number 43 after the big spin going into the sweeper. He's gradually making his way back up through the rest of the field, and there's a great little wee battle developing down here for 5, 6, 7 and 8.
Pulling up on old Mustang, Wayne Elliott.
That's the local man from Invercargill.
7 laps to go. He's going to get a few, and in fact, he's going to do it.
He's gone for it now, isn't he? He's gone behind the shed.
So we'll see how far Braden can recover.
Got to watch
Go from the rear of the field up towards the front.
And the Paul Wallace European RX-7 just sailing away out front there. He's put the spinnaker up, hasn't he? And he's just really let go of it.
It's a good day for spinnakers.
Yeah. Well, you'd be a bit wary if you didn't have much experience, wouldn't you?
It's also a good day for the Spinnakers to roll over and burst and break. So there's the field at the moment. Wallace out in front. Ben Tiplady second. Simon Askin third. That's your top three. Askew, Paul Wallace, Simon Wheeler number 6. Braden Phillips now. He looks like he's working his way back up through the field. He's taken number 48, Wayne Elliott. So he's back up to 7th. So we've still got another 6 laps to see if he can get right up to challenge those top 3. Now he's having a move down the inside through Castrol. Ducks down the inside of Simon Wheeler. Good skills. Now he's got Paul Wallace in front.
It's quite a nice car that Braden's driving. It's quite speedy.
You look at the lap times he's doing, and he's, what, the 2nd fastest man on the racetrack.
He's been riding well, just for a young 15-year-old as well.
And we were talking yesterday, you were saying that he's probably the one with his aggro. Controlled aggro.
You see him in the pits, he's got a relaxed demeanour, and then out on the track he's not scared to let them know he's there, you know. He'll put a wheel in and he'll hold on to it.
I think the definition wouldn't be controlled aggro, it's like he's determined.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe just a bit of maturity on the racetrack may not be there at times, but he's running good and he's putting the lap times in, you know. It's all experience.
Tell you what, Paul Wallace is coming back at him though.
Not one to roll over Paul Wallace either, actually.
Just wonder if the car's got a bit of an issue there. Just seemed to be quite relaxed behind the wheel, just looking down. But
and Braden's car?
Yeah. Oh no, he seemed to be back into it now.
Oh, Wade Hendrill builds a good car.
Builds a very good car.
You'd almost say he was renowned for it, wouldn't you?
Superb engine builder.
Wade was a old Pro 7 champion, wasn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
Round the S's, all the cars are in the background there. Great sight here at Teretonga. People parking up around the outside of the track and other people parking up around the infield.
We've got old Cool Suit, number 6. He's really teeing up Paul Wallace there. He'd like to get a pass. This is his rookie season.
So that's number 6, Simon Wheeler. He's got a,
Simon Wheeler, yeah.
He's wearing a cool suit, you say?
Oh, he's got a cool suit. He probably won't be wearing it today because he probably won't need to keep cool in the car, I'd say.
She'd be like a chili pin, wouldn't it? If you're wearing a cool suit today.
I don't think he'd want to be much colder, no.
Be like a mobile esky.
Yeah. But he'll get a few passes, get a bit of confidence going. I guess next year he'll come out swinging. He's driving for Wheeler Electrical out of Christchurch.
Braden Phillips has got the next man in his sights.
James Askew, the Ridge Rider.
So Wallace has cleared off through the S's.
Whoa.
Big move coming out, going into Castrol with Braden Phillips.
Oh,
a little bit slippy. Pulls it back.
He's got good car control.
Well, it must be a bit easier driving that RX-7 compared to the big V8, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, certainly the handling around the infield would be a little bit zippy and nippy.
Yeah.
As where the old big Falcon would be a bit roly-poly.
He'd be looking for a bit more speed down the straight.
He's just run wide, James Askew.
Oh.
And he's opened the door for Braden Phillips. He says, thanks very much. Booyah, rock and roll. I'll take that little spot. Nicely done.
So we've got 3 laps to go now, don't we? How far off?
Well, let's take a look now. So, yeah, 1:11.7 is Sam Wallace out in front. So he's got clear air, 8.9 second lead over Ben Tiplady. Simon Askin is about 12 seconds back. And so he's got a couple of seconds to make up there, about 5 seconds on Askin. So that'll be the challenge for him.
Yeah. I think I got it now, yeah. Bloody mic difficulties. Just announcer-related problems, really, isn't it?
So it's Sam Wallace out in front, 11.7.
Miles ahead, isn't he?
Yeah, but let's take a look at where Braden Phillips is. He's trying to catch up to number 50, Simon Askin, for a place on the podium. We'll have a couple of laps to do that. So Ben Tiplady still 8.9. Oh, look at Simon Wheeler and Paul Wallace getting it nice and sort of loose around that part of the S's, letting it power glide, slide a bit.
There was a bit of negativity in the camp this morning. Everyone was sort of thinking it was going to rain, and the cold breeze was really getting to them, you know.
Well, that's the effect of the wind, though. It just makes everyone grumpy.
Yeah.
I don't understand why, because it's unpleasant.
There wasn't a positive word said this morning, but now they're on the track, get a bit of adrenaline going. I think we'll be able to get the get the team up and running.
Simon Askin is now, what's that? We're at about 4 seconds now, so
he's pulled a second in that lap, hasn't he?
he is catching him.
So we've got 2 laps to go. He's going to, comebacks happen. And that's why they make movies. This could be one of them.
He's in the right car to make a move. Moving in the Mazda. So there's Askin through Castrol now. Now Braden Phillips. Good battle continues between Paul Wallace and Simon Wheeler. Wheeler having a look down the inside of Castrol, and Wallace is just making that Mazda really, really wide.
Yeah. Paul, where's Paul in 6th place? He'll be upset to pull back from 4th, but he's out there having fun. He's just...
Last lap board's out.
Good lead. 1:11.4 the last lap. And he's really opened up a big lead now.
Oh, 3/4 of the straight lead.
On Ben Tiplady. So that lead is now blown out to 13.2 seconds. Simon Askin across the start-finish line now. It's 5 seconds further back. And a couple of seconds back to Braden Phillips. So Braden all the way from last after the first corner off, going around the sweeper. He's got Askin in his sights. I don't think he's going to be close enough to make a big move and try and get the pass. As Sam Wallace, the 18-year-old out of Christchurch, doing a great job behind the wheel of the number 1 NZ, the defending champion in the South Island Mazda Pro 7 Series.
Would have liked to see another couple of laps out of this race to see what Braden really could have done with Simon up there, because he seems to be...
He is catching him.
He's getting dangerously close.
He's motoring, isn't he?
Yep.
Just around that first corner, he's really got the lines.
So here's the young man out of Christchurch, Sam Wallace. He may be able to use this victory here to step into another class and model next year.
One Aotearoa.
Takes the checkered flag, makes it 2 from 2 for the weekend. Keeps it going. Braden Phillips very, very close to the president. But I think number 50, Simon Askin's going to just have too much gas and hold on for the winners. Ben Tiplady comes home in 2nd place in car number 7, down to the line, and Simon says, I'll take 3rd, Braden, you'll take 4th. James Askew, good to get back on the track with a dig and a dent, number 24, followed by Paul Wallace, Simon Wheeler, and the local man enjoying his Sunday morning drive around Teretonga, Wayne Elliott, and number 48. Well, that should help them clear out the cobwebs, Tom.
I think so. I think they'll be pretty happy with that. It's a shame not to see Flynn and Chris out there, but they'll be back next round and hopefully salvage a few points. The Headford Propagators RX-7 that Flynn's been driving, you actually might see it out the window there. It's in bad shape. It's not looking very aerodynamic. So
whereabouts is it parked?
Oh, it might be around behind. We've parked it on the other side of the track so we can get out of here after the next race and get back to Waimo. It's a good 4.5 hour drive, so we'll be looking to put our head down and just get her done.
Get it back into the workshop and start ripping it apart and rebuilding.
Yeah, I don't know if it's as easy as that, but if we keep our fingers crossed and just pray, maybe it'll just fix itself on the way home.
All right, so the South Island, you just look up, oh, miracles.
You just got to believe, sometimes good things happen to good people,
All right, Tom, thanks very much for joining us. So you won't be here for race 2 then?
No, we will be.
Race 3?
Race 3 is 20 past 1 or?
Yeah, around about quarter to 2.
Yep, we'll do that, and I'll see you there, and then we'll be away after that.
Excellent. That's our farmer in the fast lane all the way from Waimate, and that is Tom Cochran, doing a great job. And stick around. Coming up, what have we got next? Looks like it's going to be the B&T V8s. No, it's going to be the Porsches. South Island Porsche Series race 2 over 8 laps.
1, 2.
Righto. Just about set to go racing again for the next race on the program today with the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. It's the South Island Porsche Series. And last night it was all the drama about the SpeedWorks rush hour to finish the racing yesterday. So it's one each way for Marco Schelp, car number 9, and 89 Hayden Knighton, who took out the rush hour last night. But when the cars were coming out for the assembly grid around about 5:30, 6 o'clock, that's when all the drama happened that Tom was talking about previously, when the big marquee that housed the Porsche tent actually rolled over like a giant caterpillar in these very, very strong gale force westerlies. And Mike Baker, real sad news for the Porsche guys.
Yes, yeah. Morning, Branny. Yeah, it was a bit of a scare for everybody, and thank goodness nobody was hurt.
Two cars were damaged. One was the local Ford Falcon, one of the club members here, and I think a ute belonging to one of our commentators and the guys out of the Formula 1600 series, John Crawford. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah. No, it was bit of bad news for the boys. But anyway, frantically packing up their gear from the wet weather last night. But
so therefore, they do the race.
Yep.
And then they get back.
And carnage everywhere.
Where's the tent?
Yeah, that was a bit of a shock.
Mess, you say?
It was a complete mess.
And then, of course, the other drama was Hayden Knighton in the rush hour was going really well. He had quite a big lead, but Marco, because of the pit lane compulsory stop, he had a couple of chances to try and quite a big challenge to make up. And with about 10 laps to go, he was forced to come into the pits and gave up the race with what?
Well, poor old Marco, I spoke to him last night and he was, feeling very confident in putting in some awesome lap times. But his little throttle blipper packed up on him, so downshifting was a bit of a problem. So he wanted to save his gearbox, so he came in and gave it away.
So we probably thought he couldn't actually make up the deficit anyway. So we're back racing today. We'll see what happens this time. And wheel spin for 89. Then he gets it gripped down, and so Hayden's away. And further back down the field, one of them just got a bit close to the grass over the white lines.
Yes, yeah. Look at that. Hayden's on the top side. He's going to drop down probably in the bottom and see if he can stay on his tail.
These guys were doing around about the 59 seconds once they got warmed up yesterday. So we'll see what Hayden can do, what he's learnt about that racing yesterday and how effective the extra seat time was in the rush hour, to see if he can really take it to Marco in the short sprint race over 8 laps today.
Gary's in third place there. He's doing really well. He had a good run yesterday, and he was third on the podium, so he was very chuffed with that. God, look at those two boys have pulled a big lead already. Yeah,
and good battle happening further back down the field. One of them just managed to sneak up down the inside around the S's and going by the hairpin. That's Jonas Patterson, and he should have a good battle here with number 148, Gary Derrick Garris at Timaru. So it's Marco in front, car number 9, 104.5. Hayden Knighton a 105, and the gap's just half a second. 0.5, Jonas Patterson up to third, just in front of the flying Derrick.
So, Guy Stewart, he's tucked in front of that GT4, and his brother Marcus Stewart, and between the two GT4s, so they'll have a good battle there, I reckon.
Good battle going through Castro there with Jonas Patterson and Derrick, and now here's this battle looming between Stewart, Buchanan, Stewart and Callaway. Quite a variety of cars too, as you can see the GT4 up against the older style cars.
Yes, yeah. Unfortunately, old Steph's dropped back there for some reason. I don't know what's going on. I know Steph had a lot of top-class wines last night at the restaurant and was in great form. She was putting in some big lap times last night.
So she would have been really happy. That Steph Chambers at car number 42 of the 944, just having a bit of a Sunday drive, just sort of cruising into it, I think, today.
Yeah. No, she's really enjoyed the weekend. She's a bit distressed about the marquee, but that was the way it was. Oh, look, we've got a pass going on here.
Side by side down the main straight, John Buchanan having a look at Guy Stewart down into the sweeper, and he'll get it done with the lovely GT4 car.
Yeah, Guy will be grinding his teeth on that one, I'd say. He's probably just had a bit of a bad run out of that that sharp corner at the beginning of the main straight, but anyway, he'll hang in there. He won't give up. Those cars are really spread out now, Cliffy. Clinty, sorry.
That's good, mate. It's fine. They've all got a bit of racing room, which is great. 2 leaders out in front. They're both
Look at that.
sitting around about the 59-second mark, and Knighton's just done a 58.7.
He's pushing really hard. I mean, he'll be very chuffed with that. It'll be flashing up on his dash, and he'll be thinking, I've got the speed. I've just got to just wait and see.
We talked about the benefits of doing the rush hour. You can learn a lot with seat time, because you have about 20-minute practice session qualifying, and then of course you have the good 1 hour race. They were both doing 59s yesterday during the race. So Marco Shop's just done a 59.1. That's his best lap. But Hayden Knighton has done a 58.794. That's a really quick time, because the Porsche GT3 Cup time is a 58.3. So we were talking about last night into the rush hour, could he get down to the 59s? And straight away this morning, cooler track conditions.
That's unreal.
He's on the medal, on the case.
That's a very good time. I mean, the track must be very cold, so I reckon they've got their tyre pressures spot on.
Well, he's bang on at the moment, because he's just done another 58.9.
He's just pulling him in, and I was talking to Hayden's mechanics last night, and they're a good tyre sponsor, and he was saying the tyres got better. So I think it's coming to him. It's just slowly closing that gap there, so that's awesome.
And as we said last night, and also with that rush out, sometimes the track comes to you, and it looks like it's really gripped up this morning, because now he's right behind him round the S's. You can see on the live stream at the moment, Steph Chambers pulls over, and that's given a chance for Hayden Knighton to get right up behind and have a look down the GWD elbow. So now the 2 leaders are basically bumper to bumper. Car 9, Marco Schulp, 89, Hayden Knighton. The 2 Cantabrians, one from Germany, one from New Zealand, and Hayden Knighton's pulling out of the slipstream. Ducks back in. Now he's going to have a go down into the sweeper. And look at Marco sitting right in the middle of the track, giving him no room to go either left or right.
Marco's got the perfect line round that sweeper, and it's very hard to pass somebody there unless you've got very big, you know what's.
Brave.
Yeah, brave.
So 5 laps, both doing 59s. 59.7, 59.3. So it's a great little wee battle between the 2 drivers out in front, 2 lovely Porsches. And this is exactly what we thought would happen. You get a bit of extra time in that rush hour. Chris Fleury's got to make way for them. And we'll just see how Hayden, if he can keep his composure.
Guy's got in front of that GT4 again.
So number 989, Guy Stewart, he's got in front of number 981, which is John Buchanan out of Queenstown. They're having a great little wee battle further back down the field for 5 and 6.
So John Buchanan, this is his first season of racing, and he's straight into one of these cars, and he's absolutely loving it. He said to me yesterday that he said they're just unbelievable, just a turnkey race car.
Turnkey race car, yep, jump in, arrive and drive, as they say. Great shots as the leaders sweep through Castrol. Other guys moving over, they get the blue flags to tell them that the fast cars are quickly approaching. So they get that warning from the officials and the flag marshals. So Hayden Knighton, now he's just always, it's going to be one of those cases perhaps of being so close, but not close enough to make that pass or try and pounce. Will he have a crack? Probably have one more lap to do it. So it's car number 9, Marco Schulp. 2 little battles in front. Now the 2 leaders go. Last lap boards out. Both doing 60 seconds.
Yep.
60.18, 60.14 for Knighton. They'll get the slower cars in front around the sweeper. Navigate their way through the traffic. Hayden Knighton doesn't want to get caught up.
Oh, just a little bit of traffic there has slowed them down a wee bit, but Hayden's come back. He's right in there. He's quite fast through that infield.
Good move by the other drivers to just, you know, move over, let the leaders go. Round the back, down through the hairpin towards the brickyard, and he's still not quite close enough. Still knocking on the door. But he has had that very, very quick time of 58, just about locked it up. coming into the elbow. One little sort of duck and a dive to try and make the pass, but Marco's got to keep that throttle down. He's got that problem fixed, and he'll take the checkered flag, but good race too from 89. Coming home second, Hayden Knighton. Jonas Patterson's going to be further back down the field as the rest of the drivers race around.
Well done, Marco. That was a good battle, and well done, Hayden. Those cars were awesome.
So there's the two leaders, rest of the field coming across the start-finish line. So it's going to be Schelp first, Hayden Knighton, and Jonas Patterson coming across the line now. 31 seconds they put on the rest of the field. That's how quick those two guys were going out in the front. Jonas Patterson, Derek third, Buchanan, Callaway. They'll be having their own little private battle for 5, 6. That Steph Chambers crosses the line as well to finish her race, and she can just chill out. So the South Island Porsche Series will be back in action around about 10 minutes after 3 for the final race of the weekend. And of course, I think Hayden and Marco will probably sit back and have a bit of a chat, bit of a debrief. But that was, what was his fast time? A 58.794.
Yeah, that was really quick. I mean, that could have been anybody's race. Now, I'd say that like most, you know,
the lap record's held by a Bathurst champion and David Reynolds, which is a 58.3 set back in 2009.
Yep.
You've got to say he's got to be happy with a 58.7.
Absolutely, he's on the pace, all right.
So you say, well, you didn't win the race, mate, but you were absolutely flying.
Yeah,
and but you've got some speed in that car, so perhaps for the next one,
get
the boys to tweak the tyres and booyah, rock and roll. You never know.
I think, you know, looking at both of those races today and yesterday, the start is critical for those boys. And, you know, Hayden got a bit of wheel spin and bogged down, got into it again, but Marco's a good operator.
Yes, well, the start's going to be important for all of the racing because it was interesting yesterday in the rain. P1 starting on pole was actually a disadvantage because all the drivers were wheel spinning, including Liam Lawson, who wheel spinned, and that basically gave Marcus Armstrong the advantage on the P2. That outside part was actually just seemed to the drivers could get off to a launch, a better grip. So we'll see what happens with P1 and P2 and the starting procedures for the rest of the racing throughout the day. So thanks very much to Mike Baker and the team with the South Island Porsche Series. Stick around, coming up, action with the B&T V8s in their second race of the weekend. Also dominated by a very fast Jack Smith, who set a lap record yesterday for the V8s. Can he do it again today?
There's no other feeling when I'm next to you. No one else around, just a space for two. There's no better feeling when I'm close to you. I look into your eyes as an ocean blue. When I'm down, you lift my feet off the ground. There's no other feeling when I'm next to you. No one else around, just a space for two. There's no better feeling when I'm close to you. I look into your eyes as an ocean blue. When I'm down, you lift my feet off the ground. There's no other feeling when I'm next to you. No one else around.
that's where the Right, the field coming out now for the next race on the card, which is the B&T V8s and their second race of the weekend. This will be over 16 laps, so looks like the conditions are actually getting better out there at the moment. Certainly warming up a little bit. Not that it's going to get to a hot temperature today, around about 16 degrees their forecast, but it's cloudy and clear at the moment, no sign of rain. It's just that very, very strong gale force westerly at the moment, around about 30 k's, gusting up to around about 40, causing a few issues. So, B&T V8s coming out onto the track.
Test, test, test. Test, test. Test, test, test. Right, the field lining up for the second race of the weekend in the B&T V8s. The man to watch out for is going to be 85. That is Jack Smith. He's won 4 in a row at the moment. The man who currently leads the series. As they stream down the big straight down towards the sweeper for the first time.
Smith and Grove, the two Aussies out in front, 85 and car 10. You've got the Holden and the Camry side by side as they come too wide out of the sweeper. First lap down towards Castrol. Give each other a little bit of a nudge. Grove's going to have to settle back in behind and yield as Smith maintains that racing line. Through Castrol now to the S's, followed by Ross, Herbert, Lathrope, Hughes. Freddie Foote joins us along with Racing Roger. And what's the word out of the camp this morning, Freddie?
Well, I would say, yeah, it looks like Jack Smith has just still got incredible speed in that car. He's really got that thing dialed in. But I think the man to watch is Brenton Grove. He's, he's got a few rounds under his belt now, and he's getting faster and faster and faster. And I think he could challenge young Jack here. These are two of the sort of up and coming drivers out of Australia in Super 2. So. Yeah, I'd say these two guys are going to be the ones to watch.
Well, we're having a bit of a chat with Rachel and Gary, the organisers out of the big TV8s, about when was the last time someone actually won a race that wasn't Jack Smith, because he had a clean sweep at Highlands. He's picked up the first one yesterday, did a lap record yesterday, a 59.686, breaking the lap record set by Nick Ross, a 59.791 set back in 2015. And in fact, we went back and it was Nick Ross that had the last win in the previous round before Christmas at Pukekohe. So.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, Nick did get a win there because I think from memory, did Jack spin out or he got a penalty? I can't quite remember, but certainly Jack's got this championship by the neck at the moment, and he's just building that points lead, with every race.
So real good speed at the moment. Car 85 to prove it. He's just done a 59.7. So he's straight on to that lap record speed from 2015, and that's only the second lap. Roger, he's going to do it again, mate, isn't he?
Well, that's just what was Nick Ross's record. So, yeah, that's quicker than Nick Ross did back in 15. So he's going to break his own record here.
So watch out for that, because we've got a nice cool track today. That wind is certainly going to be a challenge for the drivers.
Well, it just shows you it's not having that much effect on car speed, is it?
No, and in fact, Nick Ross went out this morning when they had the BNTV8 meeting rides as Tubbs keeps it back under control with Lathrope behind him as they go through the S's and back round towards the hairpin. Nick Ross just basically said, mate, it was like a little bit bumpy, that's all. That's the effect of the wind. Classic Kiwi understatement. It was all right, mate, just a bit bumpy.
I think these conditions aren't bad at all.
Here we got Chelsea Herbert in the MTF Camry giving Lance Hughes in the 84.
59.538. He's just broken his own lap record. There we go, Roger.
Yep, nothing wrong with these conditions.
He's doing a superb job here, 59.538. So that's the second race in a row that Jack Smith has set a new lap record. So the team have done a superb job getting that car dialed up. It's one of those weekends. Of course, last time he came here, they had the crash in practice. He never raced.
Yeah, no, he blew an engine, and he did a handful of laps, and then he was out for the weekend. So he hasn't done a lot of miles here. But in saying that, we were at Highlands last week. He hadn't been there either, but he just grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and got the job done.
So it just shows you that all of that racing he did last year, it took him straight back into the Super 2 development series over in Australia. And the seat time, he's just getting quicker and quicker and more confident. 59.3. He's just set a new lap record, back-to-back lap records.
Yeah, that's amazing. And look at the gap that he's pulling on Brenton Grove in the number 10 Camry there. He's got it out to nearly 3 seconds.
So to prove how quick he is, you can see his lap record speed. He's quicker than Farlap around here at the moment, I'll tell you that. So that you're seeing something really special here this morning. This is a real good drive by a young driver on the way up. Not a Kiwi guy, but it's an Aussie guy using the Kiwi series to go back to Australia and continue his development. Exactly like Andre Heimgartner did. Came over here, did the BNTV8s last year, won the series, and he took that form back into the supercars.
Yeah, and so Jack will be I believe, doing another season with Brad Jones Racing in the Super 2 Championship in Australia this year. And Brenton Grove will be doing something similar, so he'll be with Triple Eight, so basically the lead team in Australia, the Red Bull team. So they'll be entering 2 cars into the development series as well. So, but yeah, Brenton's just here to hone his racecraft, get miles, and get better as a driver, And he said to me, pre-season, the benefit for him to come here and do this championship is that we have the same tyre, same Dunlop tyre that they have in Australia. So it's more knowledge on that tyre, learning about it, where to sort of maximise its performance and so forth.
Matt Tubbs having a big battle coming out of the S's along with Gary Lathrope and Rob Wallace. So Tubbs has had a few issues with that car. Was flapping yesterday with underneath the body and had to limp home in the race.
Yeah, we know, and if we notice the back of that Jump Flex car, it's all black. So that car had a bit of a crash in the last race at Highlands and ended up in the wall. So those guys there from the Jump Flex team have had a pretty busy week repairing that car, but it looks brand new again, just minus a few sticker graphics on the rear, but.
His driver training with Tom Alexander certainly helping, because he's all under pressure at the moment from both Gary Lathrope's son, that of course is Brad. Gary runs the series, so he'll be watching with keen interest, but Brad Lathrope's doing a good job here, but just can't quite get past at the moment because Matt Tubbs is making really work hard to try and make the pass, and that's making it better for Rob Wallace in car number 51 in the red Holden.
Yeah, this is
pull up and have a real good battle.
This is a great little battle with these 3 guys, and I'm sure that Rob Wallace there in that red Holden will just be sitting there waiting to see if something happens between Brad and Matt Tubbs. Oh, look, Brad's just having a wee look down the inside there.
Now this is the place to try and do it. Oh, he looked like he had him around the brickyard.
Yeah.
Lined it up to go down the inside and make the passing move with the elbow, then just pulled out.
Yeah. And I see there that Matt Tubbs, he locked the rears there, so obviously Brad's putting a wee bit of pressure on him.
So now all of a sudden Lathrope is going to be under pressure from Wallace. You'll notice how they hug the inside wall as they come down the main straight to sort of lessen the effects of the wind. And then they come flying down by the start-finish line. So out in front, 59.276, Jack Smith. He's got it hooked up on rails at the moment. Race record pace, 59.2.
Look at that. He's got his lap times. He's got a healthy margin over anyone else on the circuit at the moment.
Well, he's doing the old clear away. He's just clearing away from everyone at the moment.
Yeah.
So he's been lap record speed, lap after lap. He's been in the 59s, 59.7, 59.4. And there's a problem there for Justin Ashwell with that front splitter.
Yeah, no, and I noticed that yesterday he had a bit of a flap going on there, his front splitter. So it's obviously looks like it's getting worse, and I imagine that won't be making that an easy car to drive.
There was a bit flew off just down the straight here just before.
Not on this wind anyway.
No, but what that's done is that's let Matt Pajewski. Oh, Matt Tubbs has had an off. Where's that? There's that
down by the elbow.
Is that down at the final corner? Yeah. So Matt's had an off there. Here he comes through over the line.
So we'll see what if that was all by himself, because it's obviously Lathrope and Wallace have got past, and they've got well past. So he must have had a whoopsie further back down that field. So now it's Rob Wallace and Lathrope having a battle. Here Hughes having a look down the inside of Nick Ross.
Oh, he had a good old look there, didn't he?
And then Chelsea Herbert's making the move and catching up on those two. So it's Jack Smith well out in front, 7.1 seconds. Brenton Grove currently in second place in car number 10, and he's had a much better weekend in that Camry. And Nick Ross having a real good battle now with Lance Hughes, the two Waikato racers, one out of Cambridge, one out of Hamilton. Lance had a few issues yesterday too, didn't he?
Yeah, and I haven't had a chance to catch up with Lance yet this morning, but he just didn't seem to have much sort of performance in that car. But
to park it.
But he's he's holding down fourth spot there, and he's driving really well this season. You know, he's got a number of podiums, and he's sitting quite high up in the points order. I think he's sitting in about third at the moment.
Third coming into this weekend. Another guy having a good weekend is Matt Pajeski.
Yeah,
He's
absolutely.
winning the Class 2 battle. He's sitting on around about 65 for the laps as they continue to go past Braden Phillips and the number 17 Falcon in front of Justin Ashwell. That's Hughes and Nick Ross. Chelsea Herbert clearing away as well.
Yeah, and it's good for Matt because this is a circuit he hasn't been to before. It was like Highlands, you know, and so he's had to learn 2 new circuits and get on top of it. Because his rival there, Justin Ashwell, has raced here before and does have his car set up sort of sorted out.
So they're having their own little private battle in the Class 2 Championship, and Matt coming all the way down from Taranaki, really enjoying this particular track. Huge win for the team yesterday. Family team with mum and dad.
Yeah, no, it's just the 3 of them for this last couple of weeks. A bit of a family holiday, a family road trip. So so yeah, and they had some dramas during the week as well. So they had a gearbox issue from the end of Highlands. And so they had to get a new or a spare gearbox shipped down from Teretonga midweek. So it was one of their sponsors drove over to Teretonga and picked it up, drove it to Hamilton, put it on a plane and sent it down here. So
it's certainly doing the business because he's geared up and he's going really well. He's sitting in that 65 zone, quickest lap of 104.6. 18-year-old mechanic out of Inglewood in the Naki. And doing a good job getting the feel of his own car and being able to work on it with Dad as well.
Yeah, no, great little family team, that one. So, and yeah, had a good conversation with them at Highlands. You know, they're looking at his future and looking to make the step up into Class 1 for next season, which is fantastic. So
hopefully they can get a budget or a good sponsor to get one of the new exciting Gen 2 cars. Matt Tubbs, that car looks sick.
Yeah.
As Jack Smith, race record pace, it just moves over, gets the job done on the Class 2 car, so that's to be expected. And for the first time, he hasn't done a 59-second lap. He's just pulled it back to back, basically 60 seconds.
Well, he's got that lap record by almost half a second now. Well,
Yeah.
it's his half a second he's got the lap record by.
59.276. So magnificent driving, great work by the team. You've got to say the team boys from Hamilton Asphalts, they've really got that car, given him all the horsepower he needs. Good effort too by Team Tony Richards. They've had a lot of issues with the Camrys, and now here's Chelsea being able to put the squeeze on the older boys up front.
Yeah, the Richards guys had a fairly rough weekend at Highlands with a couple of engine failures, and Brenton had a crash into the wall, and so yeah, there was a lot going on. But they had a busy week. I think they stayed at Highlands for a few days and used some garage space there and got the cars all up and running and repaired and all the new bits on them. And they're going well. You know, Brenton's going very well. You know, I think that Brenton this season will be knocking on the door of a win before too long.
This is the battle for second, third, fourth and fifth at the moment. So if you look at the times, Nick Ross has done a 60.9. His quickest is a 60.5. Lance Hughes a 61.1. His quickest is a 60.2. And Chelsea Herbert's done a 60.2 as well. So all sitting on about a split second away between the 3 of them. Now it's all a question about picking the right place to pounce and make the pass. This is Brenton Grove. Yeah, good to see that Camry back out racing around here at Teretonga. We've seen it with the likes of Andre Heimgarden and Jason Barguana, so it's got to get that consistency back into those Camrys because they've had a lot of those little gremlins and annoying technical issues. I know he's got Bruce Price out of Australia here this weekend working with the team, and certainly a lot more confident. The car's got that speed. It hasn't quite got the same speed as Jack Smith, but who has? No one.
No, that's right. Yeah, Jack is just very dialed in with that car, you know, and he's working really well with his engineering team there, and the prep on the car is, you know, been immaculate, and you know, and you know, Jack's doing very well, you know, as though his teammate and team owner Lance Hughes, who holds down fourth.
battle continues. Chelsea Herbert trying to get on the back of Lance Hughes. Nick Ross, he's had a lot of success around here. In fact, he was very quick around here last year, but then you must be saying, oh, what have these boys done with these Holdens?
Yeah, but do you remember last year when Nick had that rear wing failure and went off?
Oh, that's right, yeah.
He went off the end of the straight there at about 260.
And the rear wing was blew off. That's right.
Yeah.
Right down the end of the straight, and that's 1K straight.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a great video on the Concept Motorsport Facebook page of the camera, the GoPro, looking at the rear window, and that horizontal wing plate just departed stage left.
It was right there, right now, where he is.
Yeah,
on the track.
And Nick, he went right deep into the sand there, and I think he made very, very light contact with the wall, but
I think he just kissed the Dunlop sign.
Yeah, just kissed it, but
it just shows you the downforce you get from those rear wings.
That's right.
How crucial it is to keep the cars on the tarmac.
Yeah, they're not just there to look cool and you know, for aesthetics. They actually do a job. 59.8
the last time he was round the track. Jack Smith, he will take the checkered flag. He's going to get the high five. 5 races in a row and another lap record. A 59.6. So a 59.276. Great drive by Jack Smith out of Australia, the 19-year-old from the Gold Coast. Here's the 21-year-old from Melbourne, Brenton Grove. Car number 10 comes home. His quickest lap is 60.1. So some real good speed there, but the man who finishes off in 3rd spot, Nick Ross, with that rear spoiler, nicely stuck onto the back of the Nissan. And a great race too between Lance Hughes, Chelsea Herbert, Brad Lathrope and Rob Wallace crossing the finish line now. Matt Tubbs will limp home somewhere, somehow, sometime, possibly today. And Matt Pajeski will take out the Class 2 honours with a flapping Justin Ashwell, number 11. Limping home, followed by Braden Phillips, who's doing double duty getting out of the Mazdas and into the B&T V8. So what's the latest on the development of the Gen 2 cars? So
Gen 2. So we released some preliminary information about Gen 2 just for Christmas. So so basically the rules will be opened up like they're doing in Australia to allow 2-door coupe style cars to enter the championship. So they'll be based on the current Mitchell Race Extreme TLX chassis. And there'll be some minor refinements to that chassis, just as far, you know, I believe in the front chassis rail area, just for ease of repair and just things that we've learned over the last number of years with the cars. And and basically, should you wish, you could run a 2-door.
Aaron Crichton. So the 2 Corvette team cars side by side. Wright, Stewart, Jackson, and Davison. So not too far away from getting a start here in the 86s. We'll see if P1 or P2 wins the battle. Both side by side. Looks like it's going to be Jaden Ransley. Looks like it might be P1 that's just coming back to having that advantage from pole position today, unlike yesterday when P2 was clearly quick around the outside, especially when it got wet. So now they sweep through the southern loop. Great side, the 86s. 2 leaders, close, exciting racing. Here they are straight away. Vodanovic, Ellen, going down into Castrol. Who's got first? Connor Adam, Caleb Nartart onto the grass. Coming out of Castrol, loses a couple of spots, gets it back onto the track and safely avoids any carnage.
Great move by Justin Allen up to 3rd place.
Campbell Stewart just having a look down the inside, but at the moment it's still Ransley. Ransley doing a good job. Oh, tight, going into the elbow. One of them just, I think, pulled up to the bumper and gave the other guy a bit of a nudge in front. So here they are, coming down to finish that first lap of 15. Look at the speed that Jaden Ransley's got. Good battle here for Justin Allen, now making a move on 2nd. Going down the long straight into the sweeper, and he's putting the word on Baldwin. He's going to hold him off and then force him to go back inside, and they're too wide further back down the field with the likes of Connor Adam under pressure there. Good racing. coming back down through to Castrol. So it's Ransley, Baldwin, Allen, Vodanovic, Gilchrist. Just see if Callum Hedge has made a bit of a ground.
Yep.
Kind of Adam just under pressure there.
Struggling,
from,
his teammate.
Yeah.
Campbell's doing a great job there. Connor just doesn't seem to have the pace at the moment.
So we're talking about number 9. That's the post-haste car of Connor Adam with the green spindles on the wheel. So at the moment, it's still Jaden Ransley, a 1:14.8. Crosses the line, a 1:08.5. Baldwin, 1.3 seconds back. And car 23 second. He's done a 1:08.9. They're the quickest out there. The rest of the top 7 drivers are all doing 69, 1:09 for Justin Allen, 99 and third. Peter Vodanovic in the blue 84 car, he's done a 1:09.2. Then it's Gilchrist. Callum Hedge has made the move. He's getting up to P6, so that's a good recovery for him.
Jacob Cranston's right there as well. He's doing a great job out there.
So then go back to number 9. Connor Adam is under pressure there from 97. Campbell Stewart, Aaron Crichton, Andrew Jackson making his way back up from the rear of the field, followed by Sam Wright. Caleb Natar seems to be struggling this race, just going backwards.
Yeah, just running off wide certainly didn't help. That lost a number of positions, and he's certainly now in amongst that group and behind.
Yes, of course, he's in recovery mode, isn't he, after getting onto the grass coming out of Castrol. Now the leaders trying to chase down Jaden Ransley. He's got the Miles Toyota 86 way out in front and increasing that lead after 3 laps, 1.6 seconds. Good to see Jaden going really well around here. Unfinished business for the young racer out of Christchurch, number the 6. How old is he?
Jaden certainly
16,
he set the pace here. He just turned 16 a couple of days ago, and he certainly set the pace here in Friday's practice and qualifying, showing that he's a class act. He's certainly got an advantage over everyone else.
So it's still Ransley, Baldwin. He really showed his ability in the rain yesterday and picked up that breakthrough win for the season, so he'll be really pleased. And now here's a couple of young guys that real good development. That's what this series is all about, is developing racecraft and learning how to develop your need for speed and get better and better. And 2 guys are doing exactly that. You've got Justin Allen, car number 99. He's one of the older guys in the field, the 23-year-old out of Fielding. And then behind him, you've got a 17-year-old out of Auckland in car 84. And that is Peter Vodanovic. Further back down the field, look at this battle here between Connor Adam, Campbell Stewart and Aaron Crichton. 3 more teenagers.
Well, look at that though. Jaden Ransley just set a fastest lap time of an 8.2 versus an 8.6 of the following group, so he's 4 tenths quicker than anyone else on the track.
And got a handy lead now out to 2 seconds. Here they are, all 3 cars. This is a great battle for 9, 10 and 11. Oh, one of them's gone off, and that's Aaron Crichton right onto the grass and into the kitty litter.
He might just be able to get out of that because he's just cleared the kitty litter and missed the wall.
But he might be closer to Arete Beach because it looks like he's parked it in the sand. So that's unfortunate. That was a great battle developing between those drivers. Meanwhile, it's Ransley still well out in front.
Brock Gilchrist doing a great job too. He's just up on the back of that 3 in front of him, and the safety car's coming out.
So this will give the chance for the field to...
It's well beached, isn't it?
Yeah, because the field a chance to close up, and Jaden says, oh, all that hard work for nothing now. Developed a nice 2-second lead and real good speed in the car, and they'll just recirculate for around about a couple of laps while the recovery crews have had a pretty quiet day compared to yesterday.
There we go. He's going to try and drive through the trap and beach it some more.
So the way you tell the difference between those 2 Corvette cars, one of them's got leopard spots, number 18, and the 17's got tiger stripes. Good development series, the Toyota 86s.
Yeah, look, it's got all of the young talent, I believe, coming through New Zealand Motorsport. This is definitely
a fierce competition for this year's championship. A lot of young drivers, a lot of drivers out of karting, seeing the opportunity to sort of forge their way into the racing scene.
Real good talent too, and it's been close and exciting ever since the first round when they did the supercars as part of the support for the supercars of Pukekohe. The likes of Jaden Ransley, Jordan Baldwin straight away, and Connor Adam, they were right onto the pace. Then all of a sudden the likes of Callum Hedge, he got straight onto it in the second round, and then Peter Vidanovic. Now you got Justin Allen coming up. I want to have a bit of this fun, and Jacob Cranston now has put his hand up and said, don't rule me out, and Brock Gilchrist. So I suppose round by round, all of them just getting a bit used to the vehicle, the technology, and how you can tweak it, working with the race teams, getting their confidence.
Yeah, look, it's all about learning and development of the drivers. It's whether it be understanding how to set a car up and work with an engineer to understand what the car's actually doing and the characteristics of what can change the car from a setup point of view. Also learning just racecraft and obviously what they can do and can't do. It's great to have Chris Pither here as our driving standards observer. He's certainly teaching the guys a lot of onboard video camera footage that's been viewed over the last few meetings. So all about education and sport.
And it's good to see that Aaron Crichton, number 18, is back on the track, as you can see. The support of Albany Toyota, one of the many Toyota dealer network, getting right behind these cars and helping them out. So the Lexus safety car back around the track. We'll see if the lights go up and get set to go racing. 15 laps, they've done 6. 108.2, and of course it's all about the restart here, getting those heat in the tyres. Aaron Crichton's got a long way to go to try and catch up to the rest of the field, but hopefully by the end of this lap he should just about be there. Hopefully that wind is dropping down a bit. What's the go there by the SpeedWorks flags as you come down by the main entrance?
It's getting less and less.
Yeah, the wind seemed to have calmed down quite a lot here, so that's good news. Want to put a big thanks out to all of the people that came and helped us with the marquee that blew over yesterday. Without their support, it was certainly a difficult situation, and a lot of people pitched in and helped out, so really appreciate that from my side of things and SpeedWorks side of things.
Talking about SpeedWorks, the flashing lights are out on the safety car. They're all lined up, coming back down towards the start-finish line. Jaden Ransley will have them under control and will be able to go racing again. Green flag waving, and Ransley's gapped them, followed by Baldwin. Peter Vidanovic got ahead of Justin Allen, who's now under pressure from Brock Gilchrist. So there's a change in position. Connor Adam forced to go too wide around the sweeper. Callum Hedge also getting involved, and Campbell Stewart doing a good job in number 97. So it's still from the restart. Ransley, Baldwin, Peter Vidanovic up to third, Justin Allen. Good restart, smooth and fast. And let's see what sort of gap Jaden Ransley can put on the rest of the field and straight away just get back into the groove. And who's going to be able to get close enough to make a move as they all line up coming down towards the elbow. Gilchrist having a look right behind the bumper of 99. Justin Allen, close, exciting racing, exactly what, and we've seen little wee battle packs. Groups of 3 always sort of merging as they slipstream straight down the inside of that main straight, hugging the wall to get less effect of the wind. Now they pull out Connor.
There we go, three abreast.
He's going to go right round the outside. That's a bold move, and one of them just ducks down the inside and decides, okay, I think that's Jacob Cranston. And Campbell Stewart is Connor Adam. Can he live there?
No, he can't.
And he yields and gets back in behind Cranston.
Here's a go. Brock Gilchrist on Justin Allen.
He's been setting that up for a while now. Allen just drifts slightly wide as you do, coming out of...
Callum Hedge is ready to pounce as well.
Castrol, and suddenly Justin Allen, after a good start, is under real pressure. I wonder if he's got a problem with that car. Just seems to be going backwards a bit here.
Yeah, just probably missed the start a little bit, and now he's just sort of getting monstered and just got to get his rhythm back.
So Callum Hedge has made a good recovery after being back around about P9. He's up to fifth spot. He's currently leading the series in P6, I should say. So let's have a look at the gap for Jaden Ransley now. And what sort of speeds he's done, a 108, so straight back onto that race pace he had. Got a good second lead over Baldwin. Peter Vodanovic is nicely tucked in for third at the moment. Then it's Gilchrist, Hedge, Allen, Stewart, Cranston, Adam, Natoa, Wright, Davison and Andrew Jackson. Aaron Crichton. See what he can do at the rear of the field and try and recover from his little spin. Ransley through Castrol, Baldwin, Gilchrist. Coming under pressure now from Callum Hedge. So that's a great little wee battle. Let's see if Justin Allen can recover and get his rhythm back and rejoin that little wee battle pack. The three of them now. Back part of the circuit. It's where it all sort of went wrong for Justin in the previous lap. He seems to be, as you say, getting that rhythm back now. Can he regain some of the spots he lost? Just behind him, you've got another great little scrap with Stewart, Cranston and Connor Adam.
Yeah, let's close that group back up. It's certainly going to put them all under pressure with, there we go, Justin Allen's got his lights on.
Down the start finish line, and now Justin Allen, he's right up behind Callum Hedge. May not be close enough to make a move, certainly going into the sweeper, but we'll see what he can do coming out of the sweeper. See if he can line him up through Castrol and then through the rest of the infield. But Callum Hedge looks like he's just got a bit more speed there coming into and out of the sweeper.
Yeah, I'm just observing Callum's got a new engine in, as you mentioned, from Friday, so it'll still be a bit tight, and he certainly seems to be just lacking a little bit down the straight. Everywhere else on the circuit he's quick, and you can see he's putting pressure on Brock Gilchrist right now, so he's certain gaps away from Justin there.
Hedge having a look. Going around by the hairpin, the back part of the circuit as they tweak round through to the brickyard. He's going to make a move here. He's going to line him up down to the GWD elbow. He's going to live there. He's going to take the inside line. He's going to force Brock Gilchrist to yield. And Allen has a duck down the inside as well and said, I'll have a piece of this. And suddenly Brock Gilchrist has been monstered by both of them. And then the rest of the guys, Stewart's got him right behind all of them. But Gilchrist has held off Justin Allen. So Hedge, now Gilchrist is coming back at Hedge. Good racing. 4, 5 and 6, 7, 8, 9 now. So 6 cars really having a crack at each other, while the top 3 are enjoying plenty of racing room out in front after 11 laps.
Peter Vodanovic is a bit quicker than Jordan Baldwin. He's closed up on the back of him. He's 3/10 quicker on the previous lap.
He's just done a 108.9 and just starting to close up. And then, of course, you've got Hedge, Gilchrist, Allen, Stewart. Because those 3 have been battling, it's given the other 3 a chance to close up that gap. And that little wee battle pack's become like a freight train now.
Absolutely.
And all the drivers can sense they might be able to pounce around this part of the track. Who's going to be bold enough to make a duck down by the elbow? No, they all just line up. Now we have the battle for second.
There we go.
Baldwin under pressure. Ransley out in front, 11 laps. This will be lap number 12. He's just done a 108.3 and Baldwin 108.8 and Vodanovic a 108.7. So Vodanovic is going to have a look, line him up round the sweeper. He'll duck back inside. And the rest of the field all closing up nicely as they do the big loop. 108.6 Callum Hedge. 108.7 Gilchrist, 109 Justin Allen. That's in the last lap. Quickest lap all around about the 108s for the top 6. 0.2, so just tenths of a second between them. That's what you got to, I suppose that's the key thing about close racing. It just comes down to 0.2 of a second, or the difference between, you know, a car length, basically, isn't it?
Yeah, look, a couple of tenths in qualifying here can make a difference from first place to 10th place. So, yep, you can see how close that whole group is.
So 13 laps when they cross the start-finish line, and here they are again. It's a real good battle for second and third as Jaden Ransley on target to get a good win in the series. He'll really enjoy that. Vidanovic, Jordan Baldwin, they've all tasted the checkered flag, so they know what that feeling's like. But at the moment, it's a good battle for second. Then Hedge, he's moved up to fourth, so that's a good recovery by the series leader. Good points for him too.
Yeah, Brock Gilchrist not far away from Callum Hedge. It's certainly looking still pretty racy. Callum seems to have a really good car set up to go through the corners here at Castrol.
That new motor just loosening up.
Look, it's going to take a few miles, but that seems to be the area that I can see that Callum's suffering. He just doesn't seem to have quite the straight line that the others do. Not far away, but it's just enough to make a difference.
I reckon about once you've done about 1,000 k, then all of a sudden she starts to just break free and away you go. Talking about having a go, Baldwin holding off number 84, Peter Vidanovic through the elbow again. Last lap borders out, Ransley got this race under control, a good 3-second lead. But now it's all about who's got the ability to hang in there for the battle for second. Jordan Baldwin under pressure now from 84, Peter Vidanovic. Hedge nicely holding on to fourth, followed by Gilchrist, Allen, Stewart, Cranston, Adam, Natoa, Wright, Davison, Jackson, and Aaron Crichton. Andrew Jackson back down the rest of the field in car 21. Ransley's got the race under control. Last time through Castrol. Baldwin looks like he's going to be able to hold on, or will he? Around the flying Peter Vidanovic as they move around the infield. Hedge, Gilchrist, Justin Allen, Stewart, Cranston, Adam, Natoa, Seb Wright. That battle for seconds has gone lap after lap, and finally Vidanovic, he's having a look down one way, look down the other way.
Looking for the crossover.
Just can't quite get that late braking to try and make that move. And Jaden Ransley, the 16-year-old Christchurch racer from Neil Motorsport, he's going to do the business. Well done, good win. And good effort by Jordan Baldwin to hold on for second from Peter Vidanovic, Callum Hedge, Brock Gilchrist, and then Justin Allen, Connor, oh, those guys, Campbell, Stewart, all flying at the end. Jacob Cranston as well. So once again, the Toyota 86s proving to be a real good developing ground for the young drivers, and a good performance by number 53, Jaden Ransley out of Christchurch, making the most of his trip down here to Teretonga. It's a better one than last time, and really in contention for the rest of the championship, so that's good skills. So their next race is going to be around about 3 o'clock this afternoon, over 20 laps, in the format for that.
So they're qualifying. The grid positions are set from their race results. So basically their points that they've accumulated from the last 2 races will set their grid positions. So I'd say Jaden Ransley, yeah, well, they'll be on equal points, won't they? But Jaden Ransley being the fastest qualifier, I presume, will take pole, and then Jordan Baldwin will take number 2.
And then watch out for the likes of Peter Vidanovic, and also the series leader Callum Hedge coming back into form with that new motor. So it's going to be a really exciting race later on this afternoon. And stick around, coming up, the action continues, the flying New Zealand Formula 1600 Championship, and also we'll give you news and update what's happening with the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, around the track here at Teretonga. Just got some unfortunate news for you today about the cancellation of the Castrol Toyota Racing Series 4 today. Following consultation with all the team owners and drivers, Toyota Racing Series New Zealand have today made the decision to cancel all remaining qualifying and racing for the Castrol Toyota Racing Series after gale force winds made circuit conditions unsafe for the high-speed Formula and the TRS cars at Teretonga here in Invercargill. All concerned supported the decision as the correct course of action, with the extreme high winds potentially compromising vehicle downforce. Average winds of 65 kilometres an hour on Saturday and gusts up to over 100 k's an hour last night caused significant damage at the track late on Saturday afternoon and evening, with the weather forecast for today indicating increases in average winds and a peak speed throughout the Sunday. So there's obviously concerned about the forecast for extra wind. So it's unfortunate for all the race fans that the TRS teams have decided to pull the pin on racing today. And as you can see, that wind hasn't quite arrived at this stage. The category series manager, Nico Kalol, was keen to stress the decision not being made lightly, was based solely on the safety of the 16 drivers and others involved in the series. So for all those race fans who have paid their money, our sincere apologies on behalf of the SpeedWorks promoters about the decision for the Castrol Toyota Racing Series not to go racing here today at Teretonga. So obviously that's disappointing, but from the race team's decision, it's all about the safety of the drivers and their concerns about potentially the cars losing downforce with the high winds that were predicted for today. But of course, as they say here in the south, give it a minute and the weather can change. But the Formula 1600s are back, and one of those guys affected by the wind last night was John Crawford. And what happened to your ute?
The tent that the Porsche guys were in was lifted up and crashed into the top of my ute, but I mean, it's only a bit of machinery, and here we are now with the 1600s away to go, and good start from the boys. Yellow car.
P1's back into it today. Yesterday afternoon it was all P2. But today, Jordan Mickles, now does he keep the race win from yesterday?
There's been a hearing about that. There was a under ride height issue to start with, so I believe there's a bit of goings on behind the scenes there. So we'll just move on to the race at the moment. Josh trying to make a move around the outside. And the big train coming down here, it's pretty close actually. Good start by the rest of the field, nice and clean. Got Callum Crawley and Spike in third and fourth.
So the field moving around the... Were you worried about the conditions for it? Well, I was thinking about how the winds would affect the Formula 1600s when we got to the track because they were a bit light.
Yeah, no, the 1600s won't be affected by it too much. There's a red flag.
One of the cars is actually... the Cooper Beach car.
Yeah, that's Greg Inwood. He's a new guy to the class. Obviously something going on there. So that'll be a complete restart now with the cars coming around to the grid. Probably a little bit of a lifesaver for Josh, perhaps. He didn't get a particularly good start, and the rest of the guys can try and capitalise on this now.
So what's the weight of these cars?
These cars weigh 495 kilograms. They don't produce any real downforce as such. They'll get buffeted around quite a bit by the wind as they come down the straight here, but they tend to get a little bit blown by this southwesterly wind as they come through Castrol, but not too bad. I mean, not dangerous, I'd say. Not dangerous.
Well, from the word of the TRS teams, it is their conclusion that the predicted wind speeds and the gusts combined with the high-speed nature of the coastal track could compromise the downforce of the 500-kilo machines. That's what the TRS cars weigh, potentially putting driver safety and the safety of others at an enhanced and unacceptable level of risk. It's a shame that we have considered the situation carefully for the fans and the drivers, but safety comes first, and reluctantly they decided to cancel the qualifying and the racing today, this TRS, but in accordance with championship rules, the remaining races have now been rescheduled. Race 2, which was due to run on Sunday morning, will be run at Hampton Downs meeting next week, in race 3 qualifying. The race will run at Taupo Motorsport Park the following week. So just repeating that news, unfortunately, no TRS racing today because of the predicted high winds would affect the effect of the downforce on the cars and potential safety factors.
So I think that decision possibly made a little prematurely, but the weather's obviously looking reasonable at the stage. And as you said before, wait a minute, and that could change here at Teretonga, and we all know that pretty well. So they're going to get ready for a start here again, and we'll see whether these guys, we've got good front 3 rows here with Jordan Mickles, Joshua Bethune, Callum Crawley, Spike Colbecker, and then we've got Zach Stitchbury and some of the rest of the cars carrying on down the bottom.
Any other cars from the damage yesterday?
The main damage yesterday was James Penrose. Yeah. Now we've helped them a bit to get that car going. He is out there in last place at the moment, and the boys have worked pretty much all night, I would think, to get that car going, and hope they have a good run this time. So. I think they're getting pretty ready to go here now.
That was an unfortunate result for James because he was second in the championship, wasn't he, after a pretty good weekend, and he was challenging Josh Bethune all the way. Jordan Mickles is right up there, so those are the top 3. So now it's advantage Josh and Jordan.
Yeah, absolutely. The championship's starting to fill out a little bit, but Jordan's doing a great job here today, and Joshua's going to try and peg that back, I'm sure. So
I think you're going to have a baby and you're going to have a motor racing son. You've got to call him a J named. Josh, James, Jordan, Jaden, all the J's in the 86s are doing well, and here we got Josh and all the J's in the Formula 1600s.
Well, we've been doing this a long time,
of course,
Clinton, and we could, we could call the J something else too if we really wanted to, of course. So here we go. Well, let's see how they get away. Good start.
Oh, 79 got buried.
And good start by Zach. He's just coming over into 4th place here now. Spike just in front of him. Zach having a bit of trouble yesterday, just couldn't sort of get it together, but I think he'll have a better run today. So
Callum
all
Crawley,
looking
79
good.
was the one that could have got bogged down from the start.
Yeah, Callum's paid the price for that. He's back in about 7th or 8th now, trying to make his way through.
Noel Atley was telling Roger, one of the local commentators here at Teretonga, that in the rain yesterday he was struggling to actually see the 100-point braking sign down at the end of the main straight. And that, of course, in the wet, vision is a key thing, isn't it? A big problem.
Vision is a big problem in the wet. And interestingly enough, a lot of people don't realise, but the braking points in the wet are almost the same as the braking points in the dry, but you're just going a bit slower. So big braking drills going on here down in the elbow. And Noel's doing a good job there in about 6th or 7th. And we've got Noble Adams, Jack Noble Adams there in 5th place at the moment, and they're having a good battle there with Zach. This bunch is going to stay a bit closer together, I think. There's a bit of a fight going, and Josh ran the outside down in the loop.
So there he goes, 32 round the outside of 23, Jordan Mickles.
Made some very small changes to that car for this race based on yesterday and the feedback we got from Josh. He's really starting to mature with the feedback from his car, and of course the engineers down at Motorsport Solutions doing a great job with all those cars that they look after.
And that's part of that racecraft. Not only do you learn about where to race and where to stick it on the track and your positioning in these sort of classes of these sort of cars, and also your drafting and your streaming, but learning how to read what the car is doing and then what you can actually tell the right information back to your engineer, because that's a really important part of motor racing.
Oh, absolutely, and it's a skill they have to learn and hone. And getting a good engineer, and we've been very fortunate to get Stephen Cosgrove back from Yenza Motorsport after 20 odd years of working up there. And interestingly enough, Steve used to work for us when we first started our company, so it's quite an interesting thing. And Jordan ran the outside there again, so this is going to be quite a race, I think. You'll find the lead's going to change here a few times. So
you've been able to sort of interpret what the car's doing and then have a look at the data and then actually sort of match that up with what they feel.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not until the guys start to mature, like Josh has been doing a little bit lately, that the these young guys that are, only 15 or 16, that they start to become really interested in what's actually going on with the data and learn how to interpret that.
And the funniest thing with as you know, we're talking with teenagers, they tend to grunt. And they just one word, like I talk to my 19-year-old son and say, "How's it going?" "Good." "Yeah, what's happening?" "Oh, what are you doing?" "Oh, stuff."
Yeah.
Then it becomes a one-word answer, which becomes a joke. So to actually get them talking, let alone talking and making sense and car sense, that can be an achievement too.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's part of the growing up, and that's the environment that we're in here. Got quite a good race going on here with this top 4.
Yeah, these leaders keep swapping it lap by lap.
Yep. Zach's just starting to hang on to the back of them a little bit now, and Spike has taken the advantage there.
So that's Luke Colbecker, number 50. So at the moment it's Jordan Mickles, Josh Berthune, Luke Colbecker. Going to become a 3-way scrap, and Zach Stitchbury sort of closing in from P4 at the moment.
Yeah, no, he's starting to make some ground on them. Of course, they're starting to fight now, and the closer that Luke gets to those front two, the more of the fight will go, and they'll start to catch up again. So,
and we'll start seeing the benefits of all that slipstreaming and the drafting, and it's going to become a very exciting finish to this race, because 8 laps, we've had 3 so far, and the lead will keep swapping and changing, and sometimes, as we've said before, you may want to be in second spot going into that last lap. Perhaps.
Absolutely, here in Teretonga, and I think the big thing that comes out of this is that there's been a lot of talk about parity in this class, and when you look at the little groups that are running, obviously right at the very front and in the middle of the packs, there's actually nothing between all these cars. You can just throw a blanket over them, and this is really good to see that the South Island Club's got a really good handle on all the regulations and the control of all of that. So
is it actually the same motor?
All the same engines, yep. They're all the old 1600 Cortina type engine, or that's what they originally started out. And of course, those engines only made 68 horsepower when they were new, and it's quite typical for the blueprinted engines to the new specifications for them to make in the vicinity of 115.
So where would the parity come in? Is it the different style of chassis?
There's a bit of parity difference in there, but mainly the engine and the shock absorbers. Yeah, mainly the engine and the shock absorbers. I mean the engines now are a pretty piecemeal thing. They're all pretty much similar, and then it's the chassis tuning really that makes the difference. I mean, we've got new cars and older cars, and there's very, very little in it really.
So that's the difference between like a Van Diemen Stealth or a Van Michael or the new Ray car.
Yeah, I've always a big move from Josh around the outside. Hasn't quite made it stick yet. I've said for years that Formula Ford's about engines, tyres and drivers, and the chassis, the bits that hold it all together, don't seem to be that important. There's lots of different chassis that can do the job, so makes it good for the class, and it's very good for people that want to get into the class too, because they can buy an older car and work on it at home and make it happen.
Excellent racing here at the moment with Josh Berthune all over the back of Jordan Mickles, and it's the local man, number 23 in the yellow car, and the orange man, number 32, right behind him, and then of course Luke Colbecker out of the USA, followed by Zach Stitchbury, Callum Crawley in the recovery mode. But it's the top 2. They're both doing 103 at the moment, 103.4, 103.3. Here goes the draft. Here goes the slipstream.
Yeah, early enough in there, he may get past. Great job going by Jack Noble Adams here. He's having a good fight there at the moment with James Penrose. Penrose is coming through from the back. Joshua didn't make that stick, unfortunately, for him, and the rest of the guys are following on behind. So pretty good scraps going on individually through the back of the field, and I see Spike's just dropped off the back a little there now.
So the 3rd and 4th place and 5th place look like they've got a nice little wee gap to all the other contenders. So they've sort of settled into their own little wee spots now. Colbecker, Stitchbury, Crawley, Penrose and Jack Noble Adams. And then, of course, at the moment it's all about Jordan Mickles out in front, 23, Josh Berthune further back down the field. Some other races getting some nice racing room as well.
I see Josh just done a faster lap there than Jordan this time, so that'll be interesting to see whether he can make that stick this time.
So last lap board goes out. Here they go, the 2 leaders, Jordan and Josh, having a good go down towards the sweeper. Then it's the local man who's got the inside line, Josh Berthune. Can he make it stick around there?
No, I think I think he's just being aware of the championship status, and there's a bit of traffic there coming. They're going to pass now coming into Castrol, and that might change the situation a little.
So the back marker just pulling over.
Yeah.
Hopefully getting out of the way and let the fast guys continue their own race.
Absolutely.
So that's good.
I mean, isn't it great to see Spike coming through and being competitive here down in New Zealand? And it just shows, I mean, Spike was winning races in Canada, and he's here on the podium now, and great to see him coming from overseas and being competitive.
Bethune having a look down at the elbow.
And he's got it. And he's got it. He's got it.
He's ducked down. He's beautifully set up. Beautifully done.
Absolutely staggering move from Josh.
He did all that around through the S's, around the brickyard. He nailed it and then bang, pulled out and right pipped at the post. Josh Bethune gets the win and nails Jordan Nichols right before the checkered flag.
And it's a great result for Josh. And as I said before, we can just see, certainly from a team point of view, Josh starting to grow and starting to use his intelligence to plan and be able to make these moves and make them stick. Smart. Yeah. Getting really smart. I mean, don't take it away from Jordan. He's done a great job this weekend so far, and but you know, fantastic to have all these cars out there.
But that was really good racecraft there, because you could see coming down the straight, around the sweeper, and where do you position yourself and say, right, I'm going to make my move at this particular part of the track, at this particular lap, but I've got to set that up. So he was always thinking ahead, and you could see him get right the drive from Castrol right through the S's, around the hairpin, the brickyard, and then bang, pounce down the elbow. Well,
it comes down to the amount of risk you're going to take, and you can see down here he wasn't prepared to take the risk around the outside in the loop, and he obviously had felt confident enough to be able to make that move on the inside.
Yeah, and smart enough to wait and have that patience, and as you say, not put his championship hopes in trouble. But then, yeah, I've got the chance, I'm going to make the move, and then he went for it. And
yeah, absolutely. But I mean, all credit to all of them.
They gave each other some racing room.
It's racing room, especially down into here. And I mean, he had his nose in there, and he didn't get it chopped off. And that's credit to both of them, really.
Because Jordan would have known too that being the man in front in a Formula 1600 race, and the last lap is sometimes not the best place to be. You know that the other guys are going to make their move, and you potentially would know, oh, I'll be suspect, I'll be vulnerable down at the elbow. So as soon as he got down there, okay, let him go. I can't stop you.
Yeah, something that I try and instill in these guys is that it's not a game of following, and if you come up against somebody and you've actually come close to them in the race, there's no reason why you can't go by. And they're just starting to stand up and understand that now. So
excellent. Well, thanks very much, John Crawford and the team from the Formula 1600 Championship. Very exciting racing from Motorsport Solutions. So well done to young Josh. And it's all those J's really enjoying the racing here at Teretonga. Just repeating the news, no Castrol Toyota Racing Series today. The teams have packed up and decided to go home, which is very unfortunate for you, the race fans. So it looks like we have an early lunch break. And stick around, we'll be back with more racing soon. That'll be an updated program about what's going to be happening with the South Island Mazda Pro 7 Series. That's due to be our next race back on the track. So according to the race schedule, it was supposed to be the Castrol Toyota Racing Series now. So now we will have a lunch break for 40 minutes and then get back into the motor racing. So just repeating the news, unfortunately, if you just joined us, no racing today for the Castrol Toyota Racing Series, with concerns about safety and the predicted high winds after the drama last night when one of the big marquees blew over. And they were here right throughout the night, making sure that the rest of the marquees did not blow away, but forecast of 40k knots, some of them up to 65k yesterday, up to gusting around about 100k last night. So the teams are worried about the safety of the wings and slicks, not having enough downforce, and one of those cars got airborne. It could have been a dangerous situation. So unfortunately and reluctantly, the race teams decided to pull the pin on racing this morning. So unfortunately, no Castrol Toyota Racing Series today. That means a 40-minute lunch break and a chance to rest, relax, get some food, and we'll be back with racing in about 40 minutes.
starting baseline.
Welcome back to Teretonga with that lunch break. Certainly had a chance to get yourself a Teretonga tasty, or the food trucks on this side of the track by the tower. Racing again with our amended program after the cancellation of the Castrol Toyota Race Series for this afternoon because of the wild windy weather last night and their concerns about a lack of downforce for the Toyota single-seaters this afternoon, even though that weather hasn't really kicked in with the extreme forecasts of, well, what they had last night, around about 60-odd Ks, gusting up to about 100 Ks. So a lot of disappointed race fans. We can understand that. Just a reminder, it wasn't a decision by the Southland Car Club or by the promoter SpeedWorks. It was basically made by the race teams with concerns about the safety of the young drivers, the 16 drivers in the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. So that's the reason why there's no TRS racing this afternoon. So our apologies, race fans. But it was just all about the safety of the drivers and the potential lack of downforce with those wild winds overnight. So the amended program will have the South Island Mazda Pro 7 Series kicking off back on track now. After that, we'll have a 20-lap race with the B&T V8s, a 20-lap race with the third round of the Toyota 86s for the weekend. Very exciting race before. The South Island Porsche Series will be back with 10 laps. And then the Formula 1600 Championship, 8 laps. And it's all time to wind up around about 3 o'clock. So a short, sharp Sunday afternoon of racing. And then you can all go home and sit back and relax. But in the meantime, it's time to go racing again after lunch with the South Island Mazda Pro 7 Series. Now, Tom Cochran, our farmer out of Waimate, has joined us. And also the guy that he's been racing with and helping out is Flynn Mitchell. Car number 13 that unfortunately is not on the grid after the big prang yesterday in the wet conditions here at Teretonga. And Flynn joins us. So how are you, Flynn?
Very good, Clint. Thanks for having me up here.
Yeah, it's great to have you up here, mate, with a very exciting bunch of motor races with the Mazda Pro 7 Series. Young Sam Wallace, number 1, out of Christchurch, doing a superb job dominating this championship alongside Ben Tiplady, number 7, 43 Braden Phillips, 50 Sam Askin in good control on that previous round, the president, followed by number 8 Paul Wallace. Then 48 is Wayne Elliott.
Oh.
And away we go, racing this afternoon. So this is 8 laps.
Funny story about Big Wall actually in that last race. You would have noticed he got off to a cracking start and he's actually suffering from shoulder cramp in his left shoulder.
What from?
From starting too fast, he reckons.
Cramping out from the start box.
Yeah.
So it's coming out of the sweeper right here that you had your big moment yesterday, Flynn. So tell us a bit about what actually happened, what can you remember, and what could you see? Nothing.
I couldn't see anything. All I could see was the back of Braden Phillips' car, and then all of a sudden was this Jimmy's car facing the other way in front of me. So I tried swerving, but no, it was just a bit too late in the wet conditions with the tyres that we run. So it's just unfortunate, but it's just, yeah, good to get one of the cars going out of the 3 that was in the crash, but yeah.
So you helped James Askew all take some... What?
Yeah, we took some parts off my car to make his car going, and he's back out there. He's out there this morning, and he's out there now battling away. He'll probably be with Braden Phillips, having a good battle there. So yeah, good to see.
Is that your first prang?
Yeah, it is, and that was my first race in the wet as well, so not going too well. So, but
so
that's
you'll
all
be
right.
looking forward to the rain next time at right.
Well, that's it, right. Let's hang at the back of the track, I think.
Yeah, but it wasn't your fault though, was it? Because the other
No.
guy spun in front of you and you had nowhere to go.
No, it wasn't, and it's just one of them things, the risk you take, and yeah, it's all part of it. So
Scary?
no, it wasn't too bad. Yeah, we knock around, but yeah, we've got all the safety gear and everything like that, so it all works well. So
You reckon you've been hit harder on the rugby field as well, don't you?
yeah, I did say that comment, just to act a bit tough in front of the guys.
Well, Richie McCaw type sort of stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Start again. He'll just write down on the left hand. Start again. Start again.
Yeah.
So that'll be you. Wet weather.
Yeah.
Start again. I'm there. I can handle it. So conditions this afternoon a lot better for the racing, for the drivers. The rain has thankfully stayed away. That wind has been causing quite a bit of havoc, but at least it's starting to drop a little bit, is it?
Yeah.
It's still
It is looking
sitting
quite
around
dry.
about that 30k mark, and then occasional gust getting up to around about 40. So fast track this morning. We've already seen a couple of lap records. The lap record here for the Mazdas, we're just going through before at Teretonga, Mazda Pro 7 RX7, Eddie Bell. And that's a 1:10.9.
Sam Wallace is looking good this morning with his time, so he's out there to contend to it, I think.
So we'll keep an eye on Sam's time because he's just done a 1:11.4. So he's getting closer to that sort of 1:10 mark. And Brent Bones Collins in the Mazda RX-7, he did a 1:08.8. That's in the Pro 7 Plus saloons. So that's something to watch out for down here at Teretonga.
So what's the Pro 7 Plus mean?
it's just the Series 6 RX-7s, the newer model, where these are the Series 1 RX-7s, the earlier builds, the classics now. Very hard to find parts, but yeah, very enjoyable to drive around the track, handle very well, and yeah, it's just great fun.
Which part of this track do you like?
Do like the corner right up the top after the straight, around the sweeper there. It is really in the dry. It's just, you know, very sticky, and it's all about hanging on and how fast around there you want to go.
So are you flat out or you're feathering it? What are you doing?
Just about flat out in our cars. They're not big horsepower, but you know, they do handle very well, so you can just about go around there flat out.
So that's the iconic corner here at Teretonga, the big southern loop, the big sweeper. So 1:11.353, Sam Wallace, number 1 NZ, 1:12.7. Ben Tiplady currently second. Braden Phillips currently third, 1:12.5. James Askew fourth, a 1:13 at the moment. That's what he's doing his last lap, a 1:13.2 for Simon Askin. Paul Wallace, a 1:13.4. Simon Wheeler, 1:13 flat. And Wayne Elliott, a 1:15.2. So there's your 8 races, 8 lapper. In the South Island Mazda Pro 7.
Very good battle with Paul Wallace and Simon Wheeler here at the back. Good to see.
They were hammer and tong the last race, actually. Simon was a bit upset he couldn't put it past him. Another reason why Paul probably thought he had a sore shoulder was because he had his elbows wide trying to keep Simon back. But you'll see Braden Phillips there has just posted a faster time than old Ben Tiplady, so hopefully in this next lap he might be able to get up and put some pressure on him. He does run a bit quicker around the top end of the track too, Braden.
Yeah, very good driver, Braden Phillips, and here he is having a run on the outside.
Look at that.
Lady.
Here they are. Side by side, the two Mazdas.
Who's going to break first?
Braden Phillips and Ben Tiplady's got that inside line into the sweeper. He held on to it.
Oh, Ben's going to be doing a lot of blocking now. Braden's going to be all over him here.
What about around the outside of the sweeper?
Yeah, the middle.
Tried that?
No, in the middle it's quite nice. Whether it's resealed, you can see the patch there. It's quite a good line. Get a good run on the outside, but yeah, wouldn't want to go any further out. You'd be in the sand, I think.
So when you're racing around a track like this at Teretonga, you're looking for certain parts of the track, little wee trademarks, and there might be a bit of patch of tar seal here, or a bit of something over here. that's one of your braking points, or things you've got to stay away from, or be aware of.
Yeah, there is, and different things up in the tyre wall and that you just look at for little marking points, so you know when to brake. And just, try and keep testing yourself, and sometimes you go too far or sometimes you're not quite there. So, it's all about getting that fine line, and if you can get it right, looks like Sam Wallace is, he knows his track quite well, so he does it very well with his times around here.
I notice all the drivers are hugging down the inside of that main straight along the pit wall. Why is that?
I think it's all about going in this top corner, about the blocking. If you've got that inside line and the guy's a bit quick on the outside, it's all about how brave he is to try and go around the outside of that sweeper. You've got to have a pretty big heart to get around the outside. So, if you can hug the inside, it, helps a lot better.
Give yourself that inside line and that defensive line. As they race through Castrol and Ben and Braden, the two Bs side by side. Ben still holding off Braden. If he's got to be brave, he's got to try and set himself up. We saw a great passing move in the Formula 1600s. That's been a good place to pass, just going through that hairpin down by the brickyard as well. coming down to the elbow. Exactly
he'll
what
have
they
a run
did.
around the outside now, I think.
Now he needs to move over because Ben's got the inside line and Braden wants to try and do the old Shane Van Gisberg and do a fake, throw the dummy and then duck down the inside.
You might be looking for a wee slingshot or something like that up these straights here.
Bit of a shake and bake.
So he's pulled out of the slipstream. Here they go, cross the start-finish line. 7 laps. 6, couple to go, and now he's making his move. Is it going to be a brave Braden or Ben? Ben 7, once again, he late and hard under brakes. Holds that inside line through the sweeper.
Very good blocking from Ben Titlady there, but Braden's all over him.
I dare say that one Bacon Egg Sammy's done Ben Titlady well, cutting weight by not having 2.
Once again, he has a look down. You've got to be careful coming out of Castrol because you can run it a bit wide, round about there and get onto the grass and lose a bit of speed. But he's got a nice flow through the S's now.
The track is looking very dry out there to yesterday's conditions, so they will be doing, quite heaps of grip out there.
So now he's right behind him going into the brickyard, and now it's all about can he position himself either left or right, do a fake and try and duck down the inside of the elbow. He's got to try and make that move, but he can't. He's still been held off by Ben. So now it's all about that slipstreaming and drafting. Last lap boards out for number 1, NZ Sam Wallace. Smooth and fast, a 1:11.9. His quickest lap's been a 1:11.194. So there they are, hugging the inside wall. Ben's got that inside line down to the sweeper. Forces Braden wide once again. Will he be brave? Will he go around the outside? Will he bar up?
Oh, he's keen.
He's not giving it up, is he?
He thought about it. He's hanging on to it. Now he's going to try and come around the outside. Coming out of the sweeper, where all the drama happened yesterday, but no, he thinks better of it. Has another look down the inside of Castrol. Still just forced the mistake.
And contact.
And there they are. Watch out for the next guy coming around because that could be another one. James Askey doesn't want to do that again.
No.
So there we go. Just one little bit of pressure. And he sensed that Ben got it loose coming out of Castrol, and then by that stage a little bit of a slip and a slide, and there they were, contact.
Drama, isn't it?
Too much pressure on the 2 boys.
But that's a classic example of putting the pressure, forcing the other guy to race in the rear view mirror, and the mistake cost both of them. Checkered flag though, certainly no stopping the South Island man from Christchurch, the 18-year-old Sam Wallace, and the big benefactor here is going to be, is it Simon Eskin? He's going to come home second?
I think
Who's going to be
James,
jumping
Jimmy.
up? James.
Simon
Eskin.
Eskin.
Yeah, the car that was in the crash yesterday.
Yeah, so he gets up with a ding and a dent to take second, and Simon Eskin, the president.
With his 2nd podium.
Old Esky will be very happy after that result. He's not a very big fan of the wet, so...
And then Braden and Ben are going to go back to the pits and have a bit of a conversation, perhaps.
They'll probably just hug it out, won't they? A couple of the big cuddly fellas like them. There's no point in getting violent.
Family in the Pro 7 camp.
Welcome in, aren't we?
Yeah.
Well, good on you, boys. Thanks very much for coming up, and not a bad view up here, is it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
It's beautiful stuff.
Nice and warm in here. Can't feel the breeze at all, so it's great.
And of course, we love all the petrol heads at Teretonga, the way they park up in the motorhomes and bring their cars out and park along the big straight down there. It's brilliant, and round by Castrol, because that's always a good corner which can cause a bit of drama. Down by the sweeper, we suggested was a good place to watch yesterday. Was but you had your moment, Flynn?
Yeah.
The flying Flynn?
Yes, it was a big moment, so we'll be going through that footage, but I don't think there's much we could do about it. So
what do you guys do now? You drive back to Waimate, back to the farm, and then you got to try and rip the old Mazda apart and see how much damage is done, and then when's your next round?
Manfield, and I think it's first or second weekend in February. We're up there.
So you boys are coming up for the second round of the Nationals then?
Yeah, it must be, yeah. So I'll take some parts off it and see how bad it is. I think it's quite bad compared to the other 2 cars, but time will tell.
Probably about the old farmer in the fast lane. Is he making that big trip across the ditch?
No.
We've got prior commitments, which has turned out too bad, but mind you, we'll probably just get home, order some Ping Jings from Ping Jings Takeaways in Waimate, and probably just sit down and suss out a game plan.
It's a good track, Manfield. It's like Teretonga. Great flow about it. And it'll be a fantastic round for the Nationals. Be a young guy called Dylan Smith coming down from Orewa.
Okay, yep.
In a Mazda Pro 7 Plus and all the RX-8. So it's always a great round when the Mazdas have their second round of the Nationals after their opening round at Highlands Motorsport Park last weekend.
Oh, it should be quite good. And, you know, the good thing about all us guys, we'll all travel up together, you know, stay at the same place and all have tea and a few cold beers together. And it's, you know, good environment to be in.
Well, thanks very much, Flynn Mitchell, and also Tom. You've done a superb job, mate.
Cheers, Clint.
Bad luck about the big crash, but you get that on the big jobs.
That's what happens. It's life.
Yeah, that's what happens. It is what it is, as they say. And safe travels, and we'll look forward to catching up with you guys next time you come. And we come back down here to Teretonga, so it'll be great. Tom could be behind the wheel by then. Hey? Terrific Tom at Teretonga. Excellent. Stick around. The action continues. Trackside coming up next. It's a 20-lapper, the third and final showdown for the B&T V8s. What, Toyota drivers? Righto, here we go. B&T V8's back out on the track. Race number 3, 20 lapper to finish the weekend. Reverse grid start for the likes of Nick Ross, Chelsea Herbert, and then Brenton Grove and Jack Smith. So they've got the benefits. Not too much of a reverse grid there for them. Then it's Wallace, Lathrope, Tubbs and Hughes. Class 2 cars at the back. Away they go for the warm-up. What's the goss there, Freddie? What's been happening along pit lane?
Well, the goss is, I think that everyone is just figuring out how on earth they're going to catch Jack Smith. Because the kid... Roger
and I can answer that question. They won't. All right.
No. Next question.
Yes.
Because he has, undoubtedly, we've watched him the last couple of rounds. He has been the man to beat, and if he wins this race, by my count, is that 6 in a row? 6 wins in a row?
6 in a row, yeah. That's a double, clean sweep. I think they should swab that car to see if it's got some Russian steroids or something in it.
Oh no, there's nothing wrong with the car. They've just got that thing sorted out. And hey, look, speaking with Nick Ross at Highlands last week, he says, they're chasing themselves a wee bit. They're not quite sure.
He was struggling for grip last week.
Yeah, he told me they've just lost a wee bit of the performance window in that car. They're just not quite sure where they've gone with the setup.
But I can't remember in the B&T V8's a driver having such domination where he's just gone bang, 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 and completely dominated the results without having a prang or any issues.
Yeah. Hey, look, the only one I can think of would be Simon Evans, in the Smeg Holden, a couple of seasons ago, and he was very, very dominant for a period.
Yes,
but we also saw quite a bit of dominance from Andre Heimgartner last season in one of the Camrys. He really had that championship by the scruff of the neck. So, which is why, drivers of that calibre, that's why they go on to, do well in supercars.
And the performances we're seeing from Jack Smith here show that same sort of potential, because don't forget, this is a breeding ground for them to go to other classes, like Scott McLaughlin, who won his first V8 race in this particular class before going on and now winning the supercars. And you've seen it with Simon Evans now racing in E-Trophy racing for Jaguar overseas, along with brother Mitch. Yeah. And of course, Andre Heimgartner doing well in the supercars.
Yeah, and we've got Brenton Grove here in that Tiger Building Systems Camry, and he's a 888 driver from Australia. So Roland Dane, owner of the Red Bull team, he'll be watching this. He'll be watching Brenton's progress.
So they've got 20 laps, couple of laps to get settled in, get dialed in. Remember, Jack Smith set a new lap record yesterday, and he broke that again this morning. So it's now sitting at 59.276. Will we see another one? Cool conditions today for the drivers to go super fast. B&T V8s, 20 laps, 30 seconds to go.
So yeah, Nick Ross will be looking to dart away quickly because he's got Jack Smith right on his tail.
And can Chelsea Herbert pull one out of the bag with that Camry team?
Jack Smith will be in the lead
after
the first lap.
He's off to a good start. He's following Ross, and Herbert's been monstered straight away by the boys. Brenton Grove onto the grass, brings it back onto the tarmac, gets it back into the white lines. But straight away, it's those two guys who've dominated the racing. The two guys have had the race win so far. Nick Ross started well at Pukekohe, but now it's the man who gave it the Highland Fling last weekend. Jack Smith settling into second spot. Herbert hanging on to third. Grove fourth. Lathrope, Wallace, Tubbs, Hughes. That's your Class 1 guys. Pajeski's.
Oh, you want to announce that one to the...
Away you go, Freddie. Give the details.
So just had in our ear from our
producer
friend,
DT.
Our producer DT, that Nick Ross is under investigation there for a jump start. So I wonder if we'll get a replay of that.
He looked a bit keen, looked a bit eager. And as we've talked a bit about, the start is such a crucial part of the race, because if you get it right, good. If you get it wrong, bad.
Yeah. Because look, Nick needs a good result here. He needs a win to get back into this championship. He's sitting in second, but if he keeps finishing behind Jack Smith, it's just going to get out of reach. And then after this race, there's only 2 more rounds to go, so another 6 races. So yeah, he needs a couple of good results.
But whatever the team have done to car 85, the SCT logistics car, They have really got that tuned up and tweaked up because Jack Smith already making a move.
Oh, he's going to have a wee look. No.
Have a look, thought about it. But they've got it dialed up, hooked up, it's on rails, and he's really got some genuine speed, which is fantastic to watch.
But what's also great to see is look at Chelsea Herbert there in that MTF number 62 Toyota Camry. You know, she's got a teammate, Brenton Grove, right on her tail, but, you know, she's not letting...
Big crash down by the elbow, Hughes and Tubbs.
Is he...
He's spun, so it's funny, isn't it? Jack can do no wrong, Lance can do no right. So one car and one team is just going really well. And once again, Lance Hughes, he's had just nothing but problems this weekend.
Okay, no, it doesn't look like he's hit anything. He's just maybe been a wee bit eager on the accelerator there into that final corner.
So I'm not sure if he got a hand, but Tubbs was there. I think Tubbs might have been trying to get out of the way.
But we've got a good battle here with this top four. You know, they're not. Nick's certainly not pulling away from Jack, and Chelsea is sticking to Jack.
Well, what's happened here is normally Jack started on the front and he's pulled away and he's got clear air. But now Nick is just going to make it really, really super hard for him to pass. So he's going to hold up the traffic. So suddenly, bang, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. And now they're all starting to sort of form up a big line.
Yeah. And hey, look, maybe that's a tactic. You know, Nick Ross has been doing this a long time. Maybe that's a tactic he's going to employ, is just to hold Jack up a wee bit and put him into the clutches of those two Camrys. And I'm sure Nick knows how to make that total lubricants and Altima of his very, very wide.
So at the moment, he's doing a good job. They're doing a 101.140. That's the time for Nick Ross. 0.2 second of a lead, so it's virtually just a car, not even a car length. And Jack Smith's done a 160, 60.9. Chelsea Herbert a 60.9 as well. So, yeah, it's great to see the two Camrys really back up to the speed and into the groove and enjoying a better weekend because they were plagued with nothing but mechanical problems. They've had to put the motor into the MTF car, the 62 car. Brenton Grove, they've been tweaking the setup on that over the last 2 rounds, and he's getting a lot better now. Had a look down the inside of his teammate, thought nothing of it, pulls back into the freight train.
Yeah, and I'm also wondering, you know, Jack Smith in that number 84 hold on the super cheap car there. 85, sorry. He was very quick in those first 2 races, you know, breaking lap record after lap record. And I'm wondering, you know, did he, you know, maybe hurt his tyres a wee bit? Because, you know, they only have limited tyres to use for the weekend.
You may have put the fresh tyres on for that last race and now just keeping these tyres, whatever they've got for the rest of the weekend, and also 20 laps.
Well, he's circulating 2.5 seconds a lap slower.
Yeah. Yeah, so, but, you know, hey, has he run out of tyre life, or has he just been held up by Nick Ross there in that Nissan? I guess...
Time will tell him. We've got another 16 laps for him to make his move, and he does, if he gets into clear air, does he run away with it and try and do another lap record?
But this would be really great for Chelsea Herbert there in that MTF Camry. You know, she's... You know, it's her. Oh, she's just got
a little bit of contact between the two teammates.
Yeah.
Bit of rubbing and racing there.
Yeah.
Brenton had a sniff down the inside of the elbow and just backed off. Now he's under the clutches of another driver who's enjoying a better weekend, and that's Brad Lathrope in the ITM, the Dale Hardware Ford Falcon.
Yeah, I bet Steve Richards, the owner of that Richards motorsport team, bet his heart skipped a wee beat there at that moment.
Well, they've been enjoying the racing this weekend. I think Brenton has really got that number 10 car going a lot better. But Chelsea's on the case here. She's
and this is
great.
Now, this is fantastic for Chelsea because she stepped up from Class 2. She did 2 seasons in Class 2 the last couple of seasons. She's come up into, you know, the more powerful, the quicker, you know, Class 1 car. And this would be great for her. She's up in this top 3 and she's staying with them. So this would be... This would be great for her,
and she can follow
confidence.
the racing lines of Jack Smith and actually try and pick up a few. Why is he so good? Where is he positioning the car in certain parts of the track? I'll follow him, and then Brenton's in the Grove. So it's a top 4 freight train, 5 laps, and they're still just separated by a 0.2 of a second. Good racing here in the B&T V8s. Nick's actually doing a good job here at the moment too.
Oh no, he's doing, and he's pulled out just a slight, almost half-second lead there over Jack Smith.
Just a couple of hundredths of a second between them. The best lap so far for Nick Ross is 60.972. Jack Smith a 60.955. and Chelsea Herbert a 60.991, but it's Brenton Grove who's now really starting to pressure. He's done a 60.739, so he's actually the quickest out there, but he's back and forth and just can't quite find the room to pass. Jack Smith knocking on the door of the Nissan again.
Yeah, no, he's looking every possible way around that Nissan Altima.
So he's going to have a look down the elbow. Will he make a fake and try and duck down the inside? No, Nick's got that move nicely covered.
Yeah.
He's going to force Jack out wide. So we just heard some more coming through from our producer DT that there may have been contact between 84 Hughes and 42 Matt Tubbs, the two Hamilton racers.
Yeah.
And they'll look at that with a post-race investigation because there may have been contact between the two. Grove has a move on the Camry of teammate Chelsea Herbert. So he's the first to make the move and he gets up into third. Will Chelsea come back? Jack Smith looks like he's saying, okay, you've had your fun, Nick.
Yeah, I think there's a cat playing with a mouse there.
Time to move over soon.
Yeah, now is that, you know, Brenton Grove, he had all a little touch up there on the rear of the Altima from Jack Smith against Nick Ross there through the back section.
He's doing a good job. He's down to the 60.958.
That's it.
Oh, he's gone wide. Jack Smith around the hairpin. Oh, wheel's gone.
Oh, look at that. He looks like he's part of the suspension has
there's
failed
the answer
there.
to your question. The only thing that can stop him would be mechanical.
Yeah.
So suddenly it's wide open, and the run of 5 wins was come to an end. It won't be 6.
Wow.
I wonder if he was feeling something, and that's why he was just...
Oh, look at that. That wheel.
Yep.
No, he's...
Something.
Yeah.
The axle's gone.
Yeah.
Completely broken there.
An upright, something broken there.
Something's gone. So drama here in the B and TV8. Jack Smith pulled into the pits. I'm not sure if they're going to be actually able to fix that car to get him back out on the track.
Now, yeah, I mean, I missed that, but did that just give way on its own? Did he have contact with someone else or lock wheels? But
it was just going around that back part of the circuit and looked like it just gave away. So Nick Ross suddenly, here you go, mate, chance to break the winning sequence. But all of a sudden, he's under pressure from Brenton Grove, and we thought, how long is it before Brenton gets a breakthrough victory?
That's right. I mean, I think, look, it's just a matter of time before Brenton breaks through for his first win in this series.
And can Chelsea come back and get her second win?
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, hey, look, Chelsea hasn't won in Class 1. Chelsea was the first female to ever win a New Zealand V8 touring car race. She got her first win at Taupo last year. So... So there's a field just going through past Matt Pajewski in Class 2.
And Braden Phillips.
Oh, no, Braden Phillips.
He's just getting game time and seat time in these out of the Mazdas, so he's doing a good job. And the blue 17 Falcon from Christchurch, staying out of the way.
Yeah, and he's only 15. You know, he's only a young racer.
So 9 laps. So there's the drama of this particular race. The championship leader in the pits with the broken front wheel. So now it's game on and it's wide open for Nick Ross. Can he get back into the winner's circle? Can Brenton Grove break the bad luck and the run of bad results for the Camry team and get a Toyota up to the front today? Because he may be the only, well, there's the 86ers, so they're going to get a win. And of course, it's wide open there for Brad Lathrop as well. Matt Pajewski doing a good job in car 77, dominating the battle against the 11 digger car of Justin Ashwell in the Class 2 championship.
So what this means for Nick Ross, now that we've got Jack Smith in the pits, is he's got to make, you know, hay here while the sun shines, basically. So he's got to ensure that he gets maximum points in this race, because I don't think Jack's going to potentially get too many, given that he's in the pits.
Well, this is another change in the championship that'll keep it alive, heading back towards Manfield and down to back up to Hampton Downs as well for the next couple of rounds. So you never know, do you? And it's going to be a good battle here because we've got 10 laps now and there's only 0.7 of a second between Nick Ross and the Nissan. Brenton Grove from Australia and Chelsea Herbert just 1.4 seconds back. So any one of those three can make their move.
So Nick's just set his new quickest lap just then on that last lap. He just did a 1 minute 7.89, so
he's been quick around here before and he's starting to regain that speed. all doing 101s at the moment in the last lap.
Although Chelsea was the quickest driver on the field in that last lap.
Probably just held up a bit getting around one of those back markers. Groves gets some good drive out of the sweeper. Can he close up as they come down through to Castrol and then make their way around the infield through the S's? And we've seen it before in the other classes. Guys can follow the guy in front for a while, pick a spot to make the pass, and then set it up and then decide, I'm going to do it this lap. I'll have a look. I'll get right up here, just see where he goes. Follow his racing lines for a while and to see what the attitude of the car is and see where you think it's going to have a bit more speed as he has a look down the inside of the elbow. Thought about it, pulled it back.
Yeah, look at that. And look, that's brought Chelsea right up onto that, the tail of that little party there too, hasn't it?
So that's obviously one of the good places to pass as they once again hug the inside wall to maintain that inside line down towards the sweeper, onto the brakes. Great corner.
And Roger, where are the passing opportunities in this circuit? Where is the best opportunity for someone to make a move here?
Coming into Castrol.
Yeah.
There's can often be good passing move coming into Castrol there if you just get the cars in at the right place. But also under braking, GWD elbow, which is, we're seeing some of that. The drive out of GWD elbow is very important to your final pace down the straight.
Down through that hairpin, you can duck down the inside. We've seen that a few times as well. Here's the key part here. You've got to be close though, and you've got to be able to hold that inside line and then make your duck down.
And your positioning on the track coming down the straight. If you're haven't got that inside running, that allows you to move out.
See, I've just noticed there that, that Nissan Altima there of Nick Ross, he's got the legs on the straight, but those two Camrys are very strong under braking into the corners. So, we're seeing a bit of a seesaw battle here.
So it's also that mid-corner speed, and drivers love the other ability to turn and point. If you've got turn and point in these V8s with the weight that they've got, that's one of the keys to get that drive. So here we go through the midfield. See the Camry, see if they can close up, and then see how Grove can position himself as they flow out of the S's into the hairpin down to the brickyard, and then where you've got to be ready to pounce around the elbow. We've seen it a couple of times, because if you do have a crack around Castrol, as we saw in that last race with the Mazdas, if you drive it wide and contact with each other, you end up both on the beach, taking each other out.
Yeah, and this weekend.
14 laps gone, 6 to go. 0.4 of a second the gap between Nick Ross, the 007 Nissan, Brenton Grove in the number 10 Camry, Chelsea Herbert 62 in the MTF Camry, and Brad Lathrop having a real good race today in 4th place in 73. And I think the help that the Leach Motorsport team, the locals down here, have helped them set up at Highlands Park has given Brad a much better car in the Dale ITM Ford Falcon, the big Super Tourer. So he's consistently hanging on to the back of this the top 3 battle.
He's got Barry Leach in his camp at the moment, hasn't he? Yeah.
And Barry's done a great job. Little things like just repositioning the pedal box.
Yep.
To make it sort of more comfortable for as a driver.
Yep. I actually had the pleasure of going for dinner at Barry Leach's house the other night, and what his collection of cars in his garage is just something else. I saw a DeLorean. I saw a 2-seater Formula 1 car. He's got all sorts of things in that shed.
Of course, Damon and Brendan done a great job racing, not only here but all around the place in New Zealand, and hopefully Brendan Leach, I reckon he would have loved racing today at his home track at Teretonga.
Yeah. No, he was telling us at dinner the other night the secret to this circuit and just how fast you can go in one of those single-seater TRS cars.
So now we're going to get a bit of lap traffic here with the Class 1 cars after 15 laps, 5 to go, getting the Class 2 cars in front. So that's going to give the other guys a chance to close up the gap, because they've got to get around Justin Ashwell. And he doesn't want to become a roadblock or a sleeping policeman, as they say. So Nick's going to go down the inside of the elbow. So he's just moved over Ashwell. Well done. Get out of the way of the other cars. Let them race. Don't get involved. Brad Lathrope's going to get up behind him, do some drafting, and then pull in behind Chelsea Herbert. But Nick seems to have that good speed. Lovely shot there as we pan from the MTF tent and the flags down onto the MTF Camry, and Nick doing a good job. But of course, under investigation for potentially jumping the start. So hold the phone, Blocker. There could be more after this race.
Yeah, and traditionally, if Nick does end up getting a penalty, it'll be a time penalty,
like 5 seconds. Or something
be 5
like
seconds. So
and the gap at the moment is only 0.5. So
yeah, well that's right. You know,
that could drop him back to about fifth place.
Yeah, which will be a bit of a blow.
He's out there burning $500 notes for no reason.
Yeah.
Only $500 notes.
Yeah.
What do they look like?
So yeah, no. So he'll be hoping that maybe that decision goes his way. So.
What? Who, me, sir? No, never. He pulls out, gets past Matt Podjeski. He's dominating Class 2. He's up to 7th at the moment, doing a good job. All the rest of the field go flying by. So Nick Ross, so Brenton Grove actually, he just has to be smart here, and he could pick up his first win by default.
Yeah, well that's right, and potentially if Nick does get that penalty, it means that Brenton would probably get the round win.
So, well, I think Jack Smith with 2 wins would probably be enough to win it, wouldn't it?
Well, no, but I don't know where
DNF will cost him.
I don't know where Jack's going to finish.
It's certainly going to give Nick Ross and Brenton Grove and Chelsea Herbert a chance to close up in the points in the championship, because coming into this weekend, Jack Smith 651, Nick Ross 567, and then Lance Hughes 515.
Oh look! Oh, Brenton.
Grove had a look down the elbow and he's got him.
Oh, and that's given Chelsea a bit of a sniff as well.
But Nick come back, and now they're side by side, and Nick's got some great speed.
He's got the inside line. He's got the right line.
He's got that speed in the Nissan. Gee, that was great. Looked like Grove had made the pass stick.
Oh, and Nick will be loving this. He spoken to Nick many times about why he just loves his racing. He just loves the heat of the battle.
Yeah, and this is a good battle.
He will be loving this.
And this is funny because this is possibly one of the best races of the series so far. There's only 2 laps to go. We could go on all day.
Yeah, look, Chelsea's on for her first podium. I think it's her first podium. I could be wrong. But yeah, look, she'll be really pleased with her progress. She's done really well.
So Brenton Grove had a look last time. So yes, they will close up in the points. That'll all change. They'll sort themselves out. And don't forget, this is also for the Jason Richards Memorial Trophy. So that will go to Jack Smith, because he will be in front after this particular round.
Yeah, that's right.
So Nick Ross had the inside line. Grove goes diving down to the inside line, down onto the main straight, but Nick Ross straight away covers.
Last lap board.
So Hughes hasn't got a good car. Yeah, on the last lap. So around the outside, Grove. Is he brave enough? He's going to bring it right back in behind around the sweeper. Then he's got to position it through Castrol, get some flow through the S's. Will he make a pounce around the hairpin and try and catch Nick by surprise? He may be waiting for a move around by the elbow.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a go on that last corner.
Even before that last corner.
Chelsea needs to be ready for this.
Yeah, yeah. No, if Chelsea's there and if these two end up having a bit of a tangle, I think we could have Chelsea on for her first win.
I think Nick Ross is going to have a real defensive line going into the GW elbow, and he's going to force, look at that. He's going to force him out wide and say, mate, you can go around me. Try and do the crisscross. Now it's a drag race. They all move over to the inside.
And Chelsea's come up the inside, has she?
And Nick's covered him again. So Nick Ross, he's going to get the win on the track. Or will he? The post-race investigation will check the start, but from the finish, it's 007 Ross, 10. Brenton Grove 2nd, Chelsea Herbert 3rd, then Lathrop in 4th.
Oh, Podjeski come through to win in Class 2 as well. Fantastic for him.
So he'll take the win for the weekend in Class 2, which is a great result. And Jack Smith will take out the Jason Richards Memorial Trophy as the leader after the first 4 rounds of the BNT V8s. But hold the phone, Blocker. As we said, there will be a post-race investigation with Jack obviously out of the race, but Nick Ross potentially jumping the start. So that means it could be, by default, a 1-2 for Grove and Herbert in the 2 Camrys.
Yeah, fantastic.
And Lathrop could end up with a podium.
Yeah, and look, great, bad for Nick, but yeah, great for 3 other drivers there.
But good for Nick because he had genuine speed on the track.
Yeah,
that's what they're searching for.
Absolutely. He seems to have, and look, hey, even if he does get a penalty, he will still recoup a bit of lost ground on Jack Smith there in the championship.
Yes, and Jack Smith will still leave here as the fastest man in a V8 around Teretonga after setting that new lap record, a 59.276. So despite not finishing in the third race, still a very good weekend for the young racer out of the Gold Coast. Thanks very much, Freddie Foote, and also Racing Roger. We'll just take a short break and stick around next up with our amended program. 20 lapper coming up with the Toyota 86 Championship. Right, racing continues here at Teretonga, and it's the Toyota 86s. Joining us, we've got Jeff Short, who's the promoter from SpeedWorks. And there's been a change from the result this morning. What happened?
Unfortunately, Jaden Ransley just crept forward a little bit in his pit box, and the front of the car was just outside the pit box, so he got a 5-second penalty. Put him back to third place in that second race, so on points, Jordan Baldwin leads them in, so he had pole position. Obviously, Jaden second, and then Peter Vidanovic in third spot.
So the start's a crucial part of every race. We know that. You say it's stating the obvious, but you've just seen Nick Ross had a great win in the BNT V8s, but he's under investigation for perhaps jumping the start. It's happened in the 86s. It's happened here in the BNT V8s. So now we're back to the start again and making sure that they don't do it and jump out of that starting box. So the field is Baldwin, Ransley, Vidanovic, Allen, Gilchrist, Cranston, Hedge, Natar, Stewart, Adam, Wright, Crichton, Jackson, Connor Davis, and Mitch Hughes is not racing. So good start. No one jumped the start.
Looked good to me.
And Jaden Ransley off to a good start, which is rather ironic after winning that race and then copping the 5-second penalty, ending up third.
Look, no doubt Jaden's showing the field the way here in Teretonga. He's been quickest in all the practice sessions on Friday, quickest in qualifying, and obviously his race win, which was taken off him this morning, was pretty convincing.
So he's got 20 laps to still go out and prove that he is the man here in the 86s at Teretonga this weekend. Good battle further back down the field, too wide. Coming out of Castrol, going into the S's.
Yeah, Brock Gilchrist hanging on the outside there of Peter Vidanovic. Jacob Cranston looking for have a go at it as well. It's all on.
A little bit of a rubbing and racing as they move into the hairpin and then flow around through to the brickyard, and now they're on single file, finding a bit of racing room. Already Ransley's got a nice handy cushion over Jordan Baldwin, Justin Allen. Continue all the J's, and they're 2 or 3 wide, some of them making a move down the inside. I think that what, Campbell Stewart?
No, that was Caleb Natar up the inside of Callum Hedge. Jacob Cranston making the car nice and wide, and left the opportunity for Caleb to go up the inside.
So Caleb and Callum side by side going down to the sweeper. Through the sweeper, looking good at the moment. Still Ransley out in front. Got a nice little cushion over Baldwin in second, Allen third, and then it's a battle for 4th and 5th at the moment between Vidanovic and Gilchrist. Little gap back to Jacob Cranston, one of the big improvers this weekend out of Palmerston North. And then there's a real good scrap going on between Natai, Hedge, Connor, Adam.
And then Campbell Stewart.
Sam Wright hanging back, and Aaron Crichton in there too, Connor Davison.
Yeah, it's a great job that Jacob Cranston's done this weekend coming from karting. He's many national karting titles and only been in the car for 3 meetings, no real testing, and he's really got to grips with the car, and he's showing his form, getting in amongst the front bunch here.
Callum Hedge has got the inside line over Caleb Natar, so he's made that move up into 7th. Still out in front, Jaden Ransley, then it's Jordan, then it's Justin, then it's Peter
Vidanovic,
and then Brock Gilchrist. Then we're back to Jacob, Caleb, Callum, Connor, Campbell, Aaron, Sam. So all these teenagers doing a good job at the moment on the 86s. And Jaden Ransley, boy, he's driving like a guy who copped a penalty, because he's just clearing off at the moment, a 109.072 last lap, but he's got a nice handy lead of about a second over Jordan Baldwin. And then Justin Allen, the way they were in that race last time, and he's in a little wee battle group now with Peter Vidanovic and Brock Gilchrist.
Yeah, Jaden seems to have had about 3/10 over the rest of the field all weekend long, and he's certainly maintaining that. Although Jordan's keeping within touch there. That next group of 3 are going to all be together shortly, with Brock Gilchrist putting the pressure on Peter Vidanovic, and they're right on the back of Justin Allen at the moment.
So it's great seeing some
here
of
we
these.
go.
Whoa, little wee
three abreast.
3 abreast, and yes, Brock Gilchrist got a real good run on the inside of Vidanovic, and he's managed to sneak up and really put the squeeze on both these guys. In fact, he's taken the ability to sneak past both him and Justin.
Yep, Brock took advantage. The other 2 were battling away, and he saw the opportunity to sneak up the inside, and great move.
So he sweeps around the southern loop, now up into third. A 108.885, the quickest on the track is Jordan Baldwin. So it may not be all clean sailing for Jaden Ransley. He's only a 1/10 of a second faster, a 108.9. So Jordan's got a bit of speed there, but the big mover at the moment, Brock Gilchrist, number 10, which is a great result for him in the Nexus car.
Yeah, look, awesome result. Coming here as a rookie, and he's young, but he's doing a fantastic job this year.
Isn't it great too? You see some of these young kids come in, the rookies, and they, after a while, something clicks, and then boom, they're away.
Yep, and he's really coming out of his shell this year, that's for sure.
Just like Jordan Baldwin, the man who's in front of him, the rookie winner from last year's championship. More ducking and diving going down to the elbow. Connor Adam under pressure from Sam Wright. Here's the move. Still Ransley out in front. Leads now 1.3. Baldwin second. Gilchrist now up to third. Vodanovic holding on to fourth. Justin Allen's been the big loser, dropping back to P5. Now behind him is going to have a battle between two guys going into the corner. I think that's Aaron Knighton making a move on Campbell Stewart.
Aaron Crichton, yep.
And the 18 car, the Corvette's car. And very soon Brock Gilchrist is going to have Peter Vodanovic right on his bumper as they flow out of Castrol into the S's. Campbell Stewart trying to make a counter move against Aaron Crichton coming out of the S's. Going into them actually. Out of Castrol. Good racing down the back. He has a look down the inside. Campbell Stewart round the hairpin. Gets the inside line for the brickyard. Now he's just got to stay there for the elbow and force Aaron Crichton out wide. He's made that move. He's just got to hold on to it now. Leighton Hahn under the brakes. Connor Adam tries to take advantage of that.
Yep, that's a great move there.
It's a good racing after 5 laps, a 108.55. Fastest out there, the leader, Jaden Ransley, and he's cleared off now, 2.1 seconds over Jordan Baldwin. Brock Gilchrist, 4.3 back, settling into third. But he's got a fast finishing Peter Vodanovic coming quickly up behind him, so he'll be under pressure in a lap or two. Justin Allen's got a nice little gap in 5th at the moment. And then you've got Callum Hedge and Jacob Cranston. Callum's got the lights on.
Yeah, Callum, you can see he's really quick around the back part of the circuit. Unfortunately, just still with that new engine, needs a bit more running. It's struggling down the straights compared to everybody else, but he's definitely got good speed right across the rest of the circuit.
So Sam Wright's right up behind the post-haste car of Connor Adam. Yeah, we're just seeing through from our producers a bit of damage on the front of Connor Adams' car. So he must have
run into the back of someone.
Yeah, one of the old freight train, possibly from the earlier laps. Quite a bit of damage to that bonnet, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, that in the front guard.
So that's going to slow him down a bit. Sam Wright's going to take advantage. So problems there for number 9, Connor Adam. One of the front runners in the field. Yeah, he's certainly been held up. Bit of a nose to tail. But at the moment, it's Jaden Ransley still in control of the race after 6 laps. So Sam Wright makes the move. That's disappointing for Connor. He'll be really frustrated by that.
There's a go. Got Callum Hedge having a look at Justin.
21 is Andrew Jackson further back down the field. No, that's Jaden Ransley out in front. He's doing a real good job. Just circulating 108.8, 108.5 is his best lap so far. 16-year-old from Christchurch, doing a good job. Jordan Baldwin, car 23, currently in 2nd spot. Now the good battle between Brock Gilchrist. Been really impressive this weekend. Vodanovic pulls down the inside. So now this is a drag race, and he's got him.
I think he's missed the gear there, unfortunately, but the look of that distance that he's managed to pull on him.
Yeah, it looks like we're just talking up Brock and just one little mistake.
Brock will fight back. Hopefully he's a fighter.
We've still got 13 laps, so plenty of time to do it. It's having a bit of extra race time is going to be great for these kids.
Yeah, well, it's going to be now a little bit on setup and tyre pressures and who's managed to tune the car for later in the race. Certainly Andy Neal's done a great job with that car of Jaden's, and Jaden obviously can drive it. It's on rails out there at the moment and in a class act.
Justin Allen getting a little bit loose coming out of Castrol as you flow into the S's. And that means now he's going to be under pressure.
From Jacob Cranston.
Yeah, he's going to try and put the squeeze. Oh, his car's all over the place. That's 2 corners now he's had problems with. And Cranston's pounced and made the pass. So I wonder if he's just got a bit of a handling issue at the moment.
Yeah, as I said, it just comes down to also tyre pressures and where you end up being, and I'm not suggesting that's the case there, but if the cars start to go away, you can see that the tyre pressures potentially will just be creeping too hot and too high. It's a good battle there with Jacob Cranston on the back of Callum Hedge, although Callum on this part of the circuit certainly very quick.
Eight laps gone. Toyota 86 Championship race here at Teretonga. 4th round of the series. Getting a nice flow around the back part of the circuit here. Great to see all the spectators enjoying the action parked up. Young drivers putting on a good display at the moment, a good car control. At the moment it's still Jaden Ransley making up for the penalty he copped from winning race 2. He's certainly determined to try and right that wrong and get a good win here in race 3. So 12 laps to go out of the 20. Plenty of chances. So what's his lead at the moment? He's done a 109, so nice little set race pace. He's opened up a lead of about 4.2 seconds. Peter Vodanovic has got 3rd, and now Brock Gilchrist is starting to come back. Starting just close in a bit.
Yeah, as I say, it's just a matter of conserving the tyres and making sure that you're got a good car underneath you for the last few laps. And he's definitely looking racy here.
2 of those blue and white cars and the black cars. Caleb Nato, 15, 97. Campbell Stewart been hunted down by Aaron Crichton in the Corvette's car. One of them just runs a little bit wide coming out of the sweeper. And Campbell's going to have a look down the inside of Caleb. They'll flow through to the S's to continue this battle. Vodanovic now coming under pressure from Brock Gilchrist, where he missed that gear and gave up 3rd spot, so he's fighting hard to try and get that back. Baldwin in front. In 2nd spot, just in front of them so they can see him. Callum Hedge.
Yeah,
nicely
Callum's done a great job to peg his way back up to there.
Yeah, he's clear. He's cleared off, and now it's Jacob Cranston who's holding off Justin Allen. So 10 gone, the halfway stage. Plenty of little battle groups developing right throughout the field, from the front to the rear. Poor old Connor Adams is going to be able to try and bring that sick car home with all the damage to the bonnet. Cranston, Allen out of the sweeper.
Yep, so we just had Andrew Jackson move up a spot and take Connor Adams. Connor's obviously suffering from that damage and just hasn't been going well for him this weekend. It's oh, here we go. We've got Connor Davison now taking Connor.
So Connor's just going to basically let the field go by and circulate to make sure he still can finish the race. And let the other guys... Well, Justin Allen was almost on the back of Jacob Cranston and pushing for a chance to make the change, but then he's just dropped off again now. So it's the Nexus Logistics car, the number 10 of Brock Gilchrist. He's getting right close to Peter Vodanovic. 17. Now Gilchrist getting closer down by the sweeper. He won't go around the outside. He'll try and duck in behind and get some drive and line them up through the S's. Probably not close enough to have a look down at Castrol.
Yeah, he'll be looking.
Now it's all about building a bit of pressure and stay right there and see if he can force the mistake after making that mistake. Nice flow around these corners, the 86s. They'll be loving this part of the track. Brock Gilchrist now, he's going around the brickyard, got good throw. He's going to have a look down the inside. No, he's going to go out wide. So Vodanovic covers, going into the GWD elbow.
Definitely got good drive. He's Going to be looking for where he can make the move.
So it's still 12 laps gone. Ransley clearing off in front. No mistake this time, 5.5 seconds. Gilchrist has got the drive, charging down the straight, lining up Vodanovic. Vodanovic has got the line into the sweeper, so he's going to make it really hard for Gilchrist to pass. But these guys are going to push each other all the way to that checkered flag.
Yeah, Brocky will be just sitting there thinking about where he can make his move. He'll be looking at the weakness of where Peter's car's not fast. But Peter's doing a good job of keeping it in the right spot to make it difficult to get past.
Campbell Stewart coming under pressure here from Caleb Natar and Aaron Crichton. They're continuing good battle. Meanwhile, further up, Justin Allen is once again right up behind Jacob Cranston. So Stewart and Natar having a good battle. Allen and Cranston having a good battle. Aaron Crichton keeping an idea and a close watch on the two blue and black and white cars in front in case they make a mistake.
Run a bit wide.
Yeah, well, Campbell's onto the grass, and now that's
Aaron Crichton's just taken the advantage.
Yes, that's exactly what we were talking about. You make one mistake and I'll pounce. 13 laps gone now. 6 seconds the lead for Ransley over Baldwin. Vodanovic just holding on to third from Gilchrist. Allen getting closer to Cranston. Battle for fifth. Callum Hedge is sitting nicely in fourth at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, look, he's just consolidating his points and looking for opportunity. The guys in front of him are fighting. I think he's sort of creeping his way back up there as well. The gap's closing up, and while he's
about 0.4 of a second quicker. So while these two are battling, it means that Callum Hedge is going to suddenly come into picture here, and he's going to join this battle group. Allen's all over the rear of Cranston, and Gilchrist all over the rear of Vodanovic.
Yeah, I think Vodanovic might have some sort of an issue going on there. I can see the exhaust, I think, hanging off the back of it. Yes,
something
it is.
Underneath the car.
Unfortunately, it's dragging on the ground, so that won't be helping it.
And just a few little wee sprinkles of rain. You see the wipers are on at the moment on one of the cars. So just starting to drizzle. Ransley still out in front, doing a great job. Smooth and fast, lap 14, 5.8 second lead.
You see those guys with Peter Vodanovic and Brock down the straight just gap Callum Hedge, and that's what he's battling with. Obviously just a little bit of lack of straight line, but then when it comes to all of this back part of the circuit, you'll see Callum really close in on them. Look at that extra speed he took off the loop.
Well, Vodanovic got a little bit wobbly going into the sweep, and that allowed Gilchrist to really close up.
There we go.
Having a look down at Castrol, he's made the move. He's got a bit of damage too with his bonnet. So I wonder if he was involved with the Connor Adam incident. Not sure.
No, I think that's a recent one. We haven't seen that. He's given him a little nudge somewhere, I'd say.
And now Callum Hedge is having a crack at Vodanovic. So he picked and he pounced and he made his move and he's got the pass. Now he's under pressure from Hedge. So Vodanovic is getting a bit of heat here at the moment. So Gilchrist back up to third. Callum Hedge now putting the squeeze on Peter Vodanovic. They had a great race last weekend at Highlands, and here they are. They're continuing it at Teretonga. But it's Jaden and Jordan out in front. Brock Gilchrist now back to third. Can he stay there? You'll have Vodanovic and Callum Hedge right behind him. Meanwhile, Justin Allen gets close to Jacob Cranston. Just can't get past in the battle for 6 and 7.
There's good old battles going back through. You got Sam Wright going up the inside of who we got there. That was up the side of
Campbell Stewart,
Yep.
Andrew Jackson, Connor Davison. Here we go. Callum Hedge down the inside of Castrol, and once again, Vodanovic has been caught out there, but he fights back through the S's.
Yeah, Peter's one of our drivers that I say won't let go that easily. So they'll be fighting till.
And they're too wide going around the hairpin, and they're going to run it all the way to the brickyard and down to the elbow. Good racing, side by side. Excellent stuff. Holds the braking line, and he'll have the inside line going on to the front straight. So he's still got a bit of a sick car, something hanging out underneath the rear. And was under pressure since Castrol, and he's maintained that spot, just hanging on to fourth.
And it's given Brock Gilchrist a chance to get a gap.
Break the chain and just clear off and settle into third.
His mum, Ursula, will be there shutting her eyes. Just hoping that he can make that podium spot. Would be a great result for him. Here we go. Hedge up the inside of
Hedge round
Vodanovic.
the inside of the sweeper. Vodanovic just struggling under the braking, and Vodanovic has been passed, and Hedge has made it stick. He's got him going into and around the sweeper. Now we'll see if Callum Hedge can actually set sail and put the squeeze on Brock Gilchrist. He's still got a few laps. Of course, Callum Hedge, the series leader.
He was the series leader. I think you'll find Jordan Baldwin's actually leading it. There was a spread of about 4 points across the top
three. I think it's going to be very, very tight at the end of this weekend. It's going to be fantastic heading up to the next round. So at the moment, it's this guy, Jaden Ransley, doing a superb job out in front. 17 of the 20 gone. Let's see what his lap times is. He's been 108.896. And a big lead over Jordan Baldwin. 6.5 seconds. Brock Gilchrist is nicely into third, but 10.4. So Gilchrist has done a 19.6, Hedge 0.2. So keep an eye on Callum Hedge. Got 3 laps to see if he can close that gap. Peter Vodanovic will just be hanging on to a top 5 finish. Jacob Cranston and Justin Allen been going at it all day between those two, and then it's Aaron Crichton, Caleb Natar, Sam Wright and Campbell Stewart. They've been swapping places, about 4 of them in the battle between 8, 9, 10 and 11. Further back down the field, Andrew Jackson and Connor Davison having their own little private battle as well.
Yeah, it looks like Jacob Cranston's got 4 tenths on the last lap that Peter Vodanovic had. So Peter's obviously got a little bit of an issue going on there, and Jacob's doing a great job. May close up on the back of him before the end of this race.
We'll see how they go. So 2 more to go now. Ransley, a 108.5 record here in the TR86 is held by Nick Cassidy, who was, I think, enjoying the live stream. 107.3.
So the difference there, though, is the tyres. We're running a slick tyre, obviously, so the times are certainly well up there on a dot rated tyre. This Hankook tyre is performing exceptionally well.
So Ransley's done a great job. Cleared off, got it under control. Big 6-second lead. Now the battle's on for third between Brock Gilchrist and Callum Hedge. Here he comes.
Rocky's just getting a little bit... I talked to him after the last race, and he was reasonably happy with his race, but he was disappointed that he let Callum past him. He could have that result would have just... Yeah, I think he'll be looking for this podium. He'll be fighting for it.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be driving in the rearview mirror, getting too worried about what's coming up behind him. He wants to be trying to just keep focusing and pushing forward. So last lap. Ransley on the way to the checkered flag. Baldwin on the way to Pops. What, a round win?
I'm not sure. I think it'll be very close between those two.
Brock Gilchrist on the way to third. He'll be determined, even though he's got a bit of bonnet damage himself, not to let Callum Hedge put him under pressure in this particular last lap. Ransley doing a great job, just really flowing their car. Got it nicely into a rhythm here, number 53. And a well-deserved victory it'll be for him. So Nexus battle now. It's Brock Gilchrist. He's really under pressure now from Callum Hedge. A little bit of that light rain as they race around towards the hairpin. Ransley's doing a good job. Baldwin's cleared out in second. Gilchrist is hanging on to third at the moment as they head down towards the elbow, and Callum Hedge is going to have a look down the inside. I think he's going to be close enough, but it's all the way for number 53 out of Christchurch. He gets the win.
A great win for Jaden.
Ransley, good skills.
Jordan will actually win the weekend because he's won 2 races in a second, so that's got to put him on the top.
We'll take second
there we
spot
go.
and win the round.
Brock Gilchrist on the podium. Fantastic result there.
He'll hold on for third. Callum Hedge, the series leader, he's not going to go down with a fight, and he's still coming back in fourth. Peter Vodanovic held on to fifth. Then Jacob Cranston, Justin Allen, Aaron Crichton, Caleb Natar, Campbell Stewart round out the top 10. Sam Wright, Andrew Jackson, Connor Davison, and the Ailing Connor Adam. The 9 will come home in the post-haste car
Where is he?
Hopefully here he
There he
comes with that busted bonnet. So he'll be disappointed to finish in that state, but at least he's finished the race. So that's it for the Toyota 86s. And stick around. Next up, we'll be back with action on the South Island Porsche Series with our readjusted and amended schedule this afternoon after the cancellation of the Castrol Toyota Racing Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, just on behalf of the
Right, next up, as we continue with our amended program with the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship, it's the South Island Porsche Series and 10 laps. Good start by 89, Hayden Knight, and then he gets the wobbles. Marco Schelp gets it back under control. So now Knighton has to get in front and put the squeeze on Marco, because as we saw in the last race, Marco got in front and was able to maintain that advantage. So they've both had a couple of wins this weekend, and we'll see if Hayden Knighton can actually make the most of those tyre adjustments we were talking about after that last race, where he started to really come on strong with a good race between these two front runners.
Very positive lead he's got in a very short time.
Yeah, that's a really good sign for him, isn't it? So we're just talking about with Mike Baker before, and Donna, that some good racing in these two Porsche guys, and then some throttle issues for Marco Schelp in the number 9 car towards the end of the rush hour last night. A little bit slippy out there at the moment with that little bit of light drizzly rain.
I don't think they would have had too much effect yet. Plenty of temperature still on the track.
So it's Knighton. Gee, he's gone. He's gone.
He's up and off.
Drive it like you stole it, as they say. And they've all spread out. They've all got a bit of racing room here, which is great. So Hayden Knighton, out of Christchurch, Mag and Turbo Man, did a great job winning the SpeedWorks Rush Hour last night. A little bit of that rain starting to fall now, so that was because Marco had he had about 2 minutes to try and catch up, and then had the throttle issue. So he decided it was going to be possibly a bit too tough. And then Jonas Patterson was third. He was pretty good. So they're all around about the 104s in the opening lap. What about conditions? How are they going at the moment?
Yeah, I don't think that weather's going to come to anything much.
I think you're all a bit blown away by the decision by TRS not to race, because the weather hasn't been anywhere near as bad as they potentially thought it would be. So
the storm in a teacup.
Yeah, there was no storm. Now they're all drinking tea. And the spectators are saying, I say, old chap. So, South Island Porsche Series, but it's going to be a short, sharp Sunday afternoon with one more race to go with the Formula 1600s. Gee, Knighton's got a gap here. And Marco Schulp, that's not the same car, is it? Just doesn't look the same. Because suddenly he's under the clutches of Jonas Patterson.
His lap time's a lot slower than they were.
Well, Hayden Knighton did a 60.8. And Marco Schulp did a 63.6. So in the qualifying of the previous, he was around about 59. So certainly either he might have an issue with the car or perhaps the tyres have gone off.
4 seconds, that's an awful lot, Clint, isn't it?
59.9 Hayden Knighton. So he's back onto his race pace where he finished the last race, but Marco Schulp certainly isn't. He's down to a 62 now. What if he just had a bit of an issue and he's just getting it retweaked? So Jonas Patterson out of Christchurch, second season for him and his beautifully prepared car. He's really picking up that Porsche and doing a good job. In the 818 car, GT4s, number 41. The Callaway team, Rory and Stu, been sharing that with the SpeedWorks Rush Hour, and the other GT4 of 981 from Queenstown, John Buchanan. So cool looking cars, those GT4s. Get them out of the old factory and ready to arrive and drive and out of the box and into the racing scene. Make the most of all that Porsche. 50 years of the 911 they've been celebrating. So it has been a real hallmark of a race car, hasn't it? An iconic race car. So Knighton's just down to a 59.6. 11-second lead. He's absolutely cleared off over Marco Schulp, who's struggling in this race. Totally different race setup. Obviously, he must have some issues with that car because it's not the same car, and Jonas Patterson might have a chance to actually catch up to him. So the GT4's having a real good scrap with Callaway, Stu Callaway and John Buchanan.
I'm wondering, Clint, if that car's got a reoccurrence of last night's problem.
Well, that little throttle issue that we were talking about before with Mike this morning, yeah, exactly.
He's just so far off the pace now.
Well, you think about it from the actual get-go, even from the start of this race, it just didn't look like the same, did it?
No, no.
So here's a chance for Callaway and Buchanan, number 41 and 981, as they go down the long straight into the sweeper. These two guys will be sitting basically trying to work each other out. They've been pacing each other right throughout the rest of the weekend, and they'll have their own little private battle. Buchanan will be delighted if he can make a move on Callaway. Callaway will be doing his best to hold him back. There goes Knighton. 6 laps got. He's just done a 59.9. Quickest lap, a 59.6. So he'll be absolutely thrilled. They'll go away from the weekend with 2 from 2. 2 wins for Hayden Knighton, 2 wins for Marco. Marco having won the race yesterday and again this morning. And Hayden Knighton having taken out the SpeedWorks Rush Hour last night in beautiful, fine, sunny conditions. So it's been a weekend of variable weather, hasn't it?
Extremely.
And all that extreme wind, thankfully, was all last night. It hasn't arrived this afternoon.
The poor old SpeedWorks guys, they had a real battle trying to hold down some of those tents from all accounts.
Yeah, so our thanks once again to all those people who helped out with the Porsche tent that was the first to go. That was the big, like, as Tom was saying, like a big caterpillar rolling over in the wind.
Isn't that a farmer's description?
Well, it was actually, because we saw it from up here. The funny thing was, those poor guys were on the grid. They didn't even know. And just like it sort of rolled over. Hello, there goes the tent.
Yeah, when one marquee's up above all the tops of the other marquees, it's getting out of control a bit.
So Marco Schelp, the German out of Christchurch, really knows all about racing these beautiful Porsches around the Nürburgring overseas. What sort of speed is he? He's just been dead set sitting on the 63, so around about 4 seconds slower than what he normally is. So he's certainly got a bit of an issue today, this afternoon. Jonas Patterson, he's about 64, so he's about 4 seconds back, but I don't think he's able to close the gap on Marco to try and get a nice little performance for him. Meanwhile, here go the two GT4s. Stu Callaway from Christchurch in that GT4 Club Sport, number 41, and 981. John Buchanan out of Queenstown in that Cayman, the GT4. They've both been sitting on the same sort of laps, 108, 107. 107.4 for Buchanan, 107.1 for Buchanan, 107.4 for Callaway. So Callaway just holding up Buchanan at the moment. Wonder if Buchanan can pick a spot to make a pass. Then you've got the updated machinery of the beautiful car that's driven by Hayden Knighton, who's going to close in on them very, very soon. Round the outside, Buchanan looking to make a move. Going around into the brickyard. Not quite close enough to have a look down the inside of the GWD elbow. Now onto the main straight. Got the leader right behind them. Can he lap them before the finish of the race? Callaway a 107.096, Buchanan a 107.005. So he's certainly just slightly quicker, but hasn't quite got that place to make that right pass. Will he pounce this time? He's got the leader flying up with the yellow lights behind him. They're going to have to move over and make way for the Hayden Knighton. Got the wipers going, so slippery conditions. A little bit greasy now as they crunch through the infield, through the S's. Knighton's trying to pick his place to go around the outside, cautiously without getting involved in a tangle. Suddenly Buchanan's trying to race, and now he's, well, he thought about moving over and letting Hayden go, and Steph Chambers has moved over. So now they come back onto the main straight. Last lap board out now. And the two cars are still having their fight. Now they've moved over. Now Hayden Knighton can go, or has he got an issue here?
He's got the checkered
flag. Checkered flag, so well done. 10th lap.
Now, the two cars in front of him, they won't have got the checkered flag, surely?
No, they'll still continuing to race. So Hayden Knighton's got the win. And those two guys will continue to race. We'll just settle it where they are. Buchanan, Callaway. Buchanan's buttoned off here. So Stu Callaway is going to come home nicely in 5th, Buchanan in 6th. Fleury, Chambers, Guy Stewart and Marcus Stewart did not race in this particular one. So that's it for the South Island Porsche. And our final race of the weekend, stick around, it's going to be the very exciting Formula Fords. Callaway down to the line, Buchanan down to the line. They take the checkered flag. And that wraps up the South Island Porsche Series for the weekend. And from Highlands and also from Teretonga. So good skills. So stick around. Next up on track to finish the racing here at Teretonga, it's going to be the Formula 1600 Championship. Always very exciting and thrilling passing to watch out for. That's not too far away. And just before we get underway with the final race of the weekend here at the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship at Teretonga, once again our apologies about the no-go for the Toyota Racing Series today. Fortunately, a decision was made by the race teams this morning. The weather hasn't really been as bad as they feared. And we'll look ahead to what is coming up at Teretonga with some other great racing to watch out for. And I'm quite sure the weather will be fine as well.
Yes, on the 15th to 17th of February, we have the Evolution Motorsport Classic Speed Fest.
To race 4 over 8 laps. So watch out for 32 Josh Bethune carrying on his good form from last weekend in the Lady Wigwam Trophy races. Jordan Mickles, 50 Luke Colbecker, Steve Heffernan, number 8.
That's a mistake there.
James Penrose with a bit of a rebuilt type sort of car. Zach Stitchbury, number 72. Callum Crawley, 79. Jack Noble Adams, 75. Kyle Girton, Robert Toshak, Cameron Green, Dyson Freeman. How's Simon Spencer Bauer going this morning after the 70-year-old had a top four yesterday?
Yeah, no, great result for him, and it's a bit of a milestone for him. He actually got into the 5s in the last race, so he was over the moon with that. I said to him earlier the weekend that he needed to get into the 5s, so he came rushing over to tell me when he got the results. So it was great to see.
It's great, isn't it? Because you have the focus on the top 3 out of front, first, second, and third. But then every driver has their own little individual goal that they may set for the weekend or for the certain race. So when they tick that off, it's a real good achievement. Yeah,
absolutely. And great result for James in that last race. He came from last in a car which it won't be perfect, but the crew there have done a great job of getting it back together. So see where he's starting 5th. So that'll be good to see. It is starting to rain a little out there now, so that's going to mix it up a little bit. So Jack Noble Adams is there on the 4th row again, and a young fella from Australia, Kyle Girton. They've had a bit of a challenging weekend too. So yeah, there's some good guys. Cameron Freeman, Dyson Freeman. Those boys are filling up the middle of the field, and they're all just local guys that are doing it on wages, really. So it's great to see them in the middle of the pack making a headway.
Red lights, 1, 2, 3, 4. Revs are up. Final race of the weekend. Good clean start by both Jordan and Josh. Front row of the grid, 98. James got some power in that 98 car.
James got a good start. Yeah, absolutely. He's right at the back of Jordan at the moment.
He's joined it into a 3-way party straight away. He wants to have come back. Of course, he had a good performance in the wet yesterday.
And Jordan's leading out there, and Josh has just been shuffled back a little.
A little bit slippy as they slide around the sweeper.
Yeah.
With that little bit of annoying rain, making it a greasy surface. And we have a spinner.
Yeah, we've got one off the track down the end there, but not quite in the gravel. Might get out of there.
One's on the grass.
No, they're all moving, so that's good. No red flag.
Who was that?
Can't see from here.
It wasn't Noel Atley, was it?
No. No, that's...
Pick up the number. Further back round the field, we'll get him. Anyway, back out in front. Good race out in front. Josh, Jordan, James Penrose. Smoking under brakes. Colbecker, is it?
Yeah, Colbecker there. Yep, he's just locked the front brakes up there, pushing hard to stay with the boys. And big old freight train coming down the front there now.
So Jordan Mickles out in front. James Penrose has jumped up into 2nd, ahead of Josh Bethune.
Great move there around the outside of the loop, and they're going for it pretty hard out there, and that's probably getting a bit loose. I think Josh is just going to come around the inside there, perhaps.
Josh having a good look around the inside of the sweeper, but I think it was just held on by James, and Luke now joins the party. So straight away the slipstreaming and the drafting in these slippery, drizzly conditions.
Yeah, no, this is starting to get wet now, so so this is going to be
as you say, it's a bit unknown now. A lot of them coming out of the S, going into the S, is just struggling for a bit of grip as they roll it through Castrol.
Absolutely, and there's a big battle going on a bit further back between Dominic, Simon and Grant Campbell, etc., down in the middle of the field.
Here goes Josh Bethune down under brakes at the elbow.
Yeah.
And he's got the move stuck on James Patterson, so he's regained 2nd. Jordan's cleared off in 1st, though. He's got that little breakaway.
Yes, he has. And the other boys are jumping on the back of Josh there pretty well. So interesting to see just whether they can make any headway on Jordan. So,
well, James had a look at Josh, and then he got stuck, and Colbeck has gone a lot of drive then. He's just going to go right round the outside and take James Penrose.
Yeah, that was the move that everybody came unstuck with yesterday, but he's made it stick this time. So that's shuffled James back.
So suddenly James has gone from 2nd to 4th.
Yep, and
Zach Stitchbury says, hello, I'm here too.
Zach's just starting to put the pressure on there now. Yeah, that's really good.
And a battle group through the middle part of the field too. Another battle developing.
Oh, safety car, somebody's off.
Just having a look to see where the safety car is, and it's number 8.
Steve Heffernan off in the sand.
Right down by the elbow, gone straight ahead. Just slid off into the beach. So all that good work by Jordan will be undone.
Absolutely.
A 1.1 second lead. But of course it is the fabulous Formula 1600 Championship, so they'll be lining up again and we'll be on.
You can see how much slower it is. The times there are in the 10s, 11s, 12s, and so they're almost 10 seconds off the pace at the moment, so 8 seconds off the pace. So here's where a bit of strategy comes in. These guys have got to be lined up, ready to go when the lights go out and the cars are all gone, and they've got to be able to read what's going on out there from the organisers.
What about in the rain? What would Simon Spencer Bauer be hoping to do in the rain? Just finish?
Yeah, finish and then just pick a few up. He's got a few personal goals there, so he's just working away at it quietly.
That's number 48, the 70-year-old Wanaka pilot we're talking about. How many older gentlemen do we have in this particular field that just enjoy getting out and getting a skid?
Well, I mean, pretty much the back half of the field is a bit that way. There's Steve Heffernan, he's a similar age to Simon. And there's Noel Atley, Robert Toshak. Those guys are all senior, you might call. And but it's those younger guys, the likes of Dyson Freeman and Kyle Girton and Jack Noble-Adams, those are the guys, those are the life of the class, really. So
old racers never die, they just go to the back of the grid.
Well, yeah, some of them to the back and some of them can still run at the front. So no, it's...
have their own race within a race.
Yeah, absolutely, they've got their own goals. So Steve's just about to get moving again. They got that out of the gravel trap.
He must have vacated that very quickly.
That wasn't far off. It may well have just been in the grass. So
it looks like he's putting his helmet back on.
Yeah, he was out of the car. Well, truly, when that first shot.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
So he jumped out of the car. Now it looks like he's back in, and hopefully going to get back started again. So we'll have one more lap under the safety car as he is getting onto the back of the tail end of the freight train.
Grant Campbell, Steve Edwards, they're all what you'd call more senior drivers. All in quite modern equipment, though, to be fair. Yep.
So Heffernan's just going to come back into the pits.
Okay, this will be really interesting to see how the start goes here, because I've told all of our drivers in particular that they need to be ready for that light to go out and not to be asleep when it goes out. And there's an advantage to be had there if they can use it.
So the rain falling here at Teretonga. 4 laps gone, 4 to go under the safety car. So it's going to be a 4-lap splash and dash. Not too much spray to contend with, unlike the heavy rain we had yesterday, or that really, really sort of steady drizzle.
No, I think they'll get away with it from that point of view. It won't be too bad, but it's pretty slippery out there. The times have slipped away a lot. So big things to remember here. Brake bias needs to go back to more of a wet setup, more brakes on the rear, and that's possibly what's catching Spike out a little bit with those locked up wheels, although I see James Penrose had the same problem coming down into the elbow here.
Right, the lights are out on the Lexus safety car. It's going to come into pit lane. We're going to be get set for this restart. Remember, they've got to try and get right up behind each other and don't let anyone get away, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yep, no, it's a good start, and Josh is up around the outside now. Whether he can make that stick, it's a pretty risky move in the wet.
2 by 2 going into the sweeper. Are they 3 by 3, one of them, almost?
No, just Josh is on the outside. Not sure he's going to make that stick, no.
Jordan maintains it. Josh brings it back right down to the inside line.
Yep.
And Colbeck is on the grass.
And he hang on to it.
Get it back onto the tarmac. Yeah. Well done. And he still maintains
still third, yeah.
Good work. And James Penrose, I'm happy none of that.
Now, Zach's right in there with and Callum Crawley right up behind him, so the pressure's coming on there. And now they really won't know just how hard to push, because the rain's getting worse and worse. So every lap is going to be a little bit of a lottery from everybody's point of view. So
challenging, changing conditions.
Yeah, but that's what they're here for, Clint. They're here to learn and here to try and manage these conditions. So
Jordan's doing a good job, still out in front. So whoever wins this race wins the weekend.
Correct. Correct.
Jordan, Josh having a great
two.
battle. Luke Colbeck is doing a good job here. As you said, he doesn't mind it when it's wet, and he's showing why.
No, he was actually praying for it to rain, so it might fall into his hands here yet.
Zach Stitchbury and Callum Crawley side by side, 2 by 2, past the start-finish line. The yellow car, Jordan in front. Josh just slipping off, but then Buttons back in, gets the inside line. Luke round the outside.
Yeah.
Angry little bees, they sound like. Luke around the outside again, coming out of the sweeper, and looks like he's going to have the inside line down
I think he's got it. Yeah, I think he's got it.
And he's taken Josh.
Yes, he has, and great move there too.
So could this be a great way for the USA to leave the day?
So there's a good chance that he's going to make that stick in the next 2 laps.
Is that rain getting slightly heavier? So Jordan Mickles holding on, 6 laps.
Yeah.
And Luke around the outside, Josh trying to come back.
Those big wide lines he's using just seem to be working, don't they?
Yeah, so obviously the experience from karting. He's done any karting, this kid?
He's done a lot of karting, yes. And I mean, I've been very impressed with his standard of driving actually out of Canada.
So down the start-finish line. This is going to be the last lap. Thrilling way to finish the weekend. I know it's a bit shorter than what we had hoped for, and disappointed not to see the TRS guys out there with their wings and slicks, but these Formula 1600 races always turn on some fantastic, real entertaining racing. So there they are, down into the sweeper for the last time.
Is Luke going to be able to do the trick around the outside again? That's going to be the one.
Crawley's just taken Zach Stitchbury round the inside of the sweeper. Well done. Luke around the outside again.
No, he hasn't made that one stick.
So it's still Jordan, Luke Colbecker, Josh Bethune. So Jordan's doing a good job. He's handling the pressure. But as we saw this time in the last race, it got down to the last corner, and that's when Josh pounced. And he's looking and he's lurking again, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's going, well,
here they go.
They have a bit of,
go wide.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tight.
Well, I think Colbecker didn't quite get the same drive then. But now, I mean, Jordan's got to be surely waiting for the inside line. Will he take it? Yes, there he goes. He's learnt that lesson.
Colbecker's beside him, and he's off.
Gone too
far. No.
Last lap, and he's beached it. And now we've got a drag race. Josh Bethune.
Josh has got it.
Oh, he's done it.
Josh has managed to do it. How did that happen?
Deja vu.
I did not see that. I did not see that. That was amazing.
He got right down the inside, and Jordan must have got a bit slippery down the outside.
He must have.
And perhaps got distracted by Colbecker.
Yeah.
He can't believe it. Josh wins the weekend. And he snatches the victory away from poor Jordan.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
He's done like the Warrior, snatching victory from the...
Remember what I said earlier?
The feet.
A wise head. Wise head.
Well, smart, but he maintained it, and he just created the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And, I mean, big drive from Spike. I mean, that's a shame that he's made a mistake there. I mean, he looked so under control.
It says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's pretty gutted. But I mean,
that's why it can be really nervous. I was talking to one driver. He said he gets nervous if he's racing in the last lap and he knows the checkered flag's coming.
Yeah,
it's like it's a different step up in pressure. So you've got all the mental stuff about getting off to a good start, creating a lead. What's Josh done here?
He's spun in the warm down lap.
Was he doing a donut?
No, I don't think so. He's probably he's probably so elated that he can't believe what's happened. So
so some guys freak out about a little bit of that pressure of having that pressure of racing for the checkered flag. And of course, you never know until it's over.
Absolutely, and I mean, Spike's performance this weekend's been superb, and for him to make a little mistake at the end, I mean, that's what they're here for. They'll make those little mistakes and they'll learn from them, and it's just the way it is. That's what the class is all about. So
this is what Josh, little replay here on our live stream. And if you've been joining us today, thank you very much. It's been great. All by himself around the S's. Slippery.
Yeah, well, see, a little bit of concentration lax, and away it went.
Well, imagine lucky it didn't happen on the previous lap.
Absolutely.
When they're actually still racing.
Absolutely. That would have been a turn up, wouldn't it? So
they're all lining up on the grid.
This is the presentation for the round win. They've done this for the round winners.
So they're all lining up on the grid down here on the main straight.
Fantastic. All going to get wet by the looks of it, but I think they'll probably put up with that. Maybe the champagne will be...
and Jordan's going to get out and shake hands with Josh and say, how did you do that, buddy? Hey, set it up.
It's really good to see, isn't it?
Yeah, good sportsmanship. Well done, lads.
They'll go and shake each other's hands and enjoy the moment. So, no, great weekend, and good to see so many cars, and very little damage really for the weekend. So.
Well, thank you very much, John Crawford and the team from the fabulous Formula 1600 Championship. Thank you very much, Roger. Thank you for coming along. Shame about the weather. Shame about the non-appearance of the TRS cars. And we'll look forward to more racing, no doubt, back here at Teretonga with the team from the Southland Car Club, which is coming up February, 15, 17. Going to be a great weekend. And we'll carry on with the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. Thank you for you've been doing the live streaming via YouTube. And we'll look forward to your company coming up with the next round of the championships as we head to Hampton Downs up in Auckland. And no doubt more challenges, more changes, but more great racing led by the team. Hopefully get the Castrol Toyota Racing Series back out on track. Yes, and for everyone who's been enjoying the action on the YouTube live stream, thanks very much, and we'll look forward to seeing you via the live stream coming up next weekend at Hampton Downs when we continue with the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship and the third round of the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. Don't forget there will be an extra race to make up for the 2 races that were supposed to happen today but were cancelled due to the potentially inclement weather and the strong winds, although it's a little bit windy and wet at the moment. So thanks very much for joining us on the live stream. To DT, Dave Hedge, Tinks, great job, guys. And we'll see you all next week at Hampton Downs.